Hey y'all, welcome. I had some music to play, but my music isn't working.
What song were you gonna play? I think I could play some music.
Yeah, I was just gonna do Chants of Warriors from Shamanic Drumming World because it's just like a random like song, but you can choose whatever.
Okay, 1 second.
Thank you. I'm actually gonna switch y'all to the co-host.
Mal, did you want to play a song?
It is not Mel, but I can play a song.
Okay.
What was
Sorry,
the song
guys.
again?
We were gonna do Chants of Warriors by Shamanic Drumming World, but you can play whatever you like.
I could play like some Susan Glucard or Buffy St. Marie too. On Spotify, there's like an Indigenous playlist right now.
I'm trying to
Yeah.
find it, but I can't seem to find that song.
Yeah, so we have a timeline for everyone in the audience. We're going to open up with some music just to give some time for people to show up. And then if Mel is here, we'll have them sing a song for us. And then we'll do formal introductions of everyone on the panel. And then after that, we'll start a little ceremony just to seal the energy of these stories in this space. And then we'll start having people come up to share the stories.
I think I might have found it. Can you hear it? I want to apologize in advance. I know you guys can hear Grandma in the background. She's cooking adobo, so she's going to be making some noise today.
We love Grandma. She can make all the noise she wants. So let's go ahead. Is Mel here?
Yeah, she's right down
Ooh.
below.
Mel, would you mind singing us into our space?
Hey, pinakami na ayo nga adlaw sa inyo nga tanan. Hi everyone.
Hello, thank you for coming. We completely missed the beginning of your introduction because you were connecting, but that's all right.
I heard it. Hi, Mal. Thanks for singing for us today.
Hello. It's a pleasure. I'm very happy to spend Indigenous Peoples Day with our Indigenous people as well as our allies here. So thank you for inviting us. Really, we're very grateful. So let me get straight to it. Yeah. Um, so this song was inspired by the genocide that the United States did while visiting the Philippines. This was led by a general whose name I refuse to remember. After being defeated the first time by native Filipino troops, the U.S. general then said to come back to the Philippines and kill all children that are aged 10 years and older. And this resulted to millions of my ancestors' deaths. So here it goes. This is a story from 1898 about the people in a land that's far away. They said they come in peace, but had their cannons on our bay. They took our chiefs and they locked them in their crates. Mm, mm, Church bells rang in 1901 when they saw foreign people marching with their guns. The women cried as they took our little ones. The last breath they took was the words I tell you now. Mm, Tama na. Tama na. In 2022, people try to hide the truth. But you will never know the trials that my people faced. 'Cause you have got your eyes closed even when you are awake. Mm, mm, oh. That's it. Madamo gid nga salamat, and I'm very excited to speak with everyone.
Tazo Komati, Mel. That was so beautiful. I love it so much. Thank you.
Your voice is so beautiful, Mal, and I always enjoy listening to you sing. Thank you for singing for us.
I just have to say, I get a chance to hear her sing almost every day, but I still get chills. You know, like every time she opens her mouth to sing something, especially something that powerful, it always gets to me. So I really thank you, Mel, for being here.
So now let's go across the panel and introduce ourselves, just in case if anyone doesn't know who we are. So I will go first. Nawi Matamazak. My name is Mundir. My American name is Ezra. I'm from the Quinault and Chichimeca First Nations, and I live on Spokane land in Spokane, Washington.
Aloha mai kako. My name is Kauionalani. I go by Lena if you really can't say it, but I would appreciate you to try Kauionalani. I'm a native Hawaiian, born and raised in Oahu, and I'm just so excited to be here supporting IWF and all of these wonderful people on our panels. So thank you for inviting us.
Oki idamikskoku Nistu Nidaniko Ikstaki. Hello, my name is Courtney, aka Running Fox in the Twitterverse. I'm really honored to be here. This is a really huge step for me, so I'm just glad I could share it with my friends here in the Web3.
Turtle Island, do you want to go ahead and introduce yourself?
Yes, sure. I wasn't sure if I was technically officially on the panel, so I was just staying quiet. I'm Cass, the founder of Turtle Island NFT, and I'm from Skatine First Nation in British Columbia, Canada. Thanks for having me here.
And then Mel, you can finish us off.
Of course, and I see 400 drums down there too if they'd like to follow me right after. Pinakaminaayong nga adlaw sa inyong nga tanan. My name is Melrose. I am from the Aita tribe and I'm very excited. I am the IWF co-founder of Indigenous Women Fighters, and we're very excited to be here and celebrate Indigenous Peoples Day. Happy Indigenous Peoples Day, everyone!
Woo!
Drop the balloons. Okay, so I see a request in Alto 400 Drums for a speaker position. We're having a little bit of issues with the space just because I just created this account a few days ago and Twitter thinks we're scammers.
I just want to say this is my very first time participating in a day like this. Growing up, we have our own little Kamehameha Day and things like that, where we try to go all out and celebrate and just spread the aloha. And I'm really excited to come into a space like this and start spreading the aloha here. I love that we can reach more people than just, our regular natives. I'm excited to see all of our allies and other natives from different tribal communities and indigenous communities here. If anyone wants to come up and say anything at any point, please don't feel shy. Even if you're just an ally, allies are so important in the mission that we're fighting for. And it's so important to be a part of Indigenous storytelling and hear from authentic people that are a part of the culture. So I'm really so grateful to see all of the supporters down below.
Yes, thank you so much for being here. So I'm going to move along to start the ceremony. So I primarily speak English. I don't know how to do ceremony in my traditional language yet, so we will do English for today. But if anyone else wants to come up and do a traditional blessing, you're more than welcome. So for this blessing, all I ask is that you face the north, or if you picture the direction of north in your mind's eye. So it is with the blessing of the Supreme Being that we call on our ancestors and the archangels to seal all of these energies, all of these experiences, and all of these stories into space. We call on the archangels of the four directions, the archangels of the above and the below, to place protection all around each and every one of us. May we walk with the good spirit, the great creator, and may each of us be cleansed with the west wind, the red wind, to bring us peace and harmony when we leave this place. Would anyone else like to offer a blessing before we start?
I can do a little prayer before
Oh,
we
yeah.
start our space.
Do it.
Okay. Okay. Um, sa pinaka minaayo namon nga Ginoo, ginapangayuan namon subong ang space nga ini nga tanan kami nga nagdulungan nga pag-istorya sa amon nga kinabuhi kag sa amon nga mga ninuno. Ang amon ginapangayo sa imo ang blessing kag sa imo nga paghigugma sa amon tanan. Salamat sa pag abot namon di tanan nga maayo amon lawas kag ginapangamuyuan namon nga ang space nga ini maging maayo ni sa tanan kag para makapadayon gid nga ah, i-promote namon ang among pangamuyo nga palangamuyo sa tanan. Salamat gid sa imo nga tanan nga ginhimo para sa amon. And anybody can say whatever their version of amen is, but amen.
Oh, Mateo, thank you. That was beautiful. I could feel whenever I hear the um, indigenous tongues giving their blessing, I can always feel this buzzing in my body, and I'm like, oh, it's working. So thank you so much for sharing that with us in this space. So yeah, let's start sharing some stories. We have a few people that have some stories to share. I kind of want to save my story for last, or possibly for another episode, because I really want to lift up the rest of you and being able to share your stories. I know that we've been in other spaces where we shared tidbits here and there and never actually had the space to just talk freely. And so, as we invite people up, we will coordinate this like a circle, like a teaching or sharing circle. So, if someone's talking and sharing their story, we just ask that you keep your mic muted. Don't make me use the mute all because I will. And if you have a question, go ahead and raise your hand. I will keep track of everything as much as I can. And yeah, so after someone shares the story, we'll have about 2 to 3 minutes to invite people to ask questions, and then we'll just keep going and we'll invite more people into the space every hour. So go ahead, Running Fox.
Oh, I just wanted to say my poem if that was okay.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I literally like read over that. Yes, go ahead, of course.
Okay, one second. I just gotta. So this is a poem written by my mom, and I want to acknowledge that today is Indigenous Peoples Day. So we honor and we celebrate the survivors of Indian residential school as well as Indian day school and the 60s scoop, and those children who never made it home. The vampire bite is poisonous. It infects those they bite. It rips the innocence. It engulfs the soul with darkness. It taints the minds and the hearts. Yet you didn't realize the blood memory of our resilience. You didn't realize the power of our heartbeat. You didn't realize our ceremonies heal. Each generation we heal. We dance for the ancestors. We sing for our children. And we pray and love and protect each other and those that come after us. You didn't realize our spirits can soar like the eagle, that our hearts are as strong as the buffalo, that our voices are as soft and gentle as our parents' love. Today we rise, we overcome, we live on. With each child's laughter and smile, we will live on.
I had to take a minute because I'm crying as well. It, thank you for sharing that, and thank you to your mom for writing that.
Thank you so much. That's so beautiful. And yeah, same. Thanks to your mother. It's really eye-opening for people to experience what we've lived through, but through art, and you captured that in a poem. It's amazing. I really appreciate that. And another thing too is I appreciate your vulnerability because being vulnerable and expressing emotions publicly or in any setting actually calls in blessings. So I'm really grateful for you to start this space with that blessing. Thank you. So, who would like to go first telling a spooky story? I'm all ready. Fox, do you want to go first, even though you just shared your you just shared your poem?
Okay, sure, yeah. I'll go first. So you guys want a ghost story? The ghost story everybody's afraid of?
Oh no, is it the one I'm thinking of?
Yeah. Well, I don't really have like a ghost story that tops that one. So for anybody who has heard it before, I'm sorry, but I will share it in this space today. So I live on the Siksika Nation Reserve, and that's a part of the Blackfoot Confederacy. And one night, well, this story is pretty well known in the community here. The night that it happened, everybody has radars here so that you can hear like what's happening in the community, if somebody's getting arrested, if there was a car accident, or just anything that's happening. So that night, the police were patrolling um, a community up west, and they seen somebody walking with a cloak. And as they approached them, they noticed that the person wasn't actually walking, they were floating. And so immediately they called for backup. And the being, whatever it was, it noticed that it was following them. So it started, I don't know, flying faster, I guess, floating faster to get away. And they got to a small little, like like small houses, and the police surrounded it by this house. And so it jumped onto this house, and it couldn't go anywhere. And the people who were inside the house, the police were yelling at them, telling them to stay inside, to close all their windows and not to open their door. And it just had nowhere else to go, so it just jumped up in the air and it disappeared. And one of the RCMP officers, it was too much for them to take. They had to resign because they had never seen anything like that. And everybody was afraid for a while to be outside at night. And yeah, still to this day, that is the scariest thing that I've heard. And it's still, I still get scared at night thinking about it. And that is the scariest ghost story I have.
it it scares me not because it's like gory or chilling. It's the fact that so many people witnessed the exact same thing, and unless there was some kind of community wide something going on, you can't help but to believe that that is actually what happened. And the fact that all of these people saw it and gives it credibility just is so scary. Like, imagine just seeing something jump into the air and disappear. I think I would move. I don't think I would stay there.
Oh my God, for real? So that actually brings up a similar story here on the Yakama Reservation about the dog man, because people that experience the dog man, they see him levitating over the ground. So it's really cool to hear your collective experience. It's very resonates with that story too.
Thank you. I want to hear the story that you're speaking of now.
Yeah, I actually invited my cousin to share that story, and I don't see him here. So if he doesn't show up, I will tell part of it. But I just didn't feel right telling his story, so I'm like, I might share the little bit that I have. Would anyone else like to share?
Okay. I have one, and I like to share this story mainly because it I know I've shared it before in a few other spaces, but it really changed a lot of my perspective while I was living in Hawaii. And it actually really made me dig deeper into the history. And that's what got me involved in talking to my grandma and getting stories and things from her, was this experience that spanned over years. So again, like Running Fox, sorry if anybody has heard this story before. But when I was about 8 years old, I was living in Hawaii and I was in this apartment building. And the apartment building has been there for a lot of years. And it was actually built right on the beach. And for anybody who knows Hawaiian history, many of our battles took place on beaches. And this was no exception. So when I was 8 years old, I would get woken up in the middle of the night to what sounded like screams. And it just sounded like a lot of people in pain and suffering. And I didn't hear much else but screaming. And I remember I would wake up crying to these sounds, and I would have to have my mom sit with me. And it happened so often that eventually my mom listened and didn't think that it was just nightmares anymore. And she called on my uncle. And my uncle is a traditional Hawaiian priest. And she spoke to him over the phone and told him what was going on. And he told us when he got there later that he had taken a walk to the beach. And while he was there, he was thinking about what could potentially be happening. And he said he looked down into the water and he saw these stones. And for some reason, they kind of stood out to him, and he felt compelled to take them with him. So he brought them to me in my apartment. And the minute he walked in the doors, he told me that he felt it. He said something was wrong and that he could feel presence there and that it was not happy. And we sat down and we talked about it. And I was young, so I did my best to articulate to him what was going on. And we could not figure out what happened. So instead, we gave an offering. He brought tea leaf, which is just a traditional Hawaiian leaf used in cooking, and we wrapped those stones that he brought. And he put Hawaiian salt, and we did a traditional Hawaiian offering. And he did a little prayer in Hawaiian, and he said to keep the offering there, just to make sure that the spirits stay at bay. So I, for years, kept that offering. It didn't go anywhere. I was so afraid of, having that experience again that I made sure to keep it. And we left the offering on the top of our refrigerator. And for years, the offering stayed green. And I'm gonna give it. So I was 8 when we first started, and this story ends about when I was maybe 14, 13, 14. And so we kept that offering in the same place for years. And it quieted down after that. I did not get woken up to any of those sounds and screaming anymore. But a little while later, I would say maybe good 2 or 3 years, um, my door one night just kind of flung open. And I remember sitting up straight, looking at the clock, and it was 3 a.m. And because we were in a small little apartment, I had to sleep in the living room. So the door that flung open was my front door. And I remember it just flying open like somebody had pushed it with all of their force, and it slammed against one of my closets. And the closet had a bag of empty cans hanging on it. So the sound that it made was so loud. And the lights in the hallway right outside of my front door started flickering. And I know that this door was locked because that is my mother's routine, is before she goes to sleep, she will lock not only the deadbolt, but also the actual doorknob. So it was double locked that night. And for some reason, I sat up straight and the door flung open. And I remember looking out, but I wasn't scared. And I got up out of my bed and I said, I don't know who you are. I don't know what you want, but I cannot allow you in. You need to leave. And of course, I'm paraphrasing because this was so many years ago. I'm 23 now. Um, but I shut the door, I relocked it. And the next day, I asked my mom, I said, did you lock the door? And she said, of course I locked the door. I always lock the door. You know that. And I proceeded to ask her if she heard anything from the night before because it's a small apartment. Her room was literally right next to where all of this happened. And she told me she absolutely didn't hear anything that night. And I asked my stepfather, and they both told me that I was just seeing things because they did not hear anything and they would have. Um, and a little while after this, they began to dig in the ground down below, right in front of my apartment. And they were putting in a new septic system. And as they were digging, they found the graves of many old Hawaiian bodies lying down below. And as I was standing on my balcony, looking out at them pulling these bones out of the ground, it was like realization kind of washed over me. And I realized in that minute that that's what I had been hearing when I was younger, was all of those people trapped below this massive building, stuck there with people walking over them day and night for who knows how long. And as soon as that those bodies were taken out and they had built a heiau, which is a little shrine, and I'm crying now. Like my eyes are watering and I'm crying because it was so surreal for me. As soon as it was taken out and we built a shrine to memorialize the people down below, I walked back into my house and I took a look on top of my fridge. And the offering that had been green for many years up until that point had become brown and brittle and basically fallen apart. And from that day on, I had never felt anything similar to what I had felt when I was 8. It was as if all of it was gone. And I can't explain to you much more of that because I didn't look into it, unfortunately. My family is very disconnected from our culture. So nobody could tell me why. So to this day, I'm still searching for reasons why I was the one that they kind of targeted. Uh, but yeah, that's my story, and I have so many of them. So I'm so ready for this Indigenous stories to tell.
I think the best part of that story is the transformation of the offering. It's like it served its purpose and it's beautiful at the same time, but I couldn't even imagine that door swinging open and hitting those cans. I would be screaming and running.
Oh, trust me, I was terrified. I mean, like the next day, at the time, I was not scared. And I can't tell you why I wouldn't be scared of my door flying open. You know, I'm in an apartment building, there's no wind, nothing to force the door open. But it flung open as if somebody was on the other side, pushing it as hard as they could. And I had never experienced that door flying open like that anytime before or after that occurrence. So it freaks me out today, but in the minute, I just didn't feel scared. It felt like I knew who was on the other side, or at least was comfortable with whoever was on the other side. You know, which is why when they started pulling the bodies of the ancient Hawaiians down below, the realization washed over me that that is probably who it was because I was not scared of them. And why would I be scared of my ancestors, you know?
Yeah, definitely. It's pretty interesting. I was on a live last night with another beater, and they had shared that a relative had passed, and it was, like, hey, are you okay? And they were like, yeah, it's different. Like, we recognize our spirits of our family members, and so it's not so much grief, it's more of a welcoming home for everyone to come take this spirit with them. And I was just like sitting there like, oh, I know, I love that you shared that, but I definitely feel like that is a very big difference between the way that we process and work with grief, because we do recognize that the spirit does travel. Four-headed drums, did you want to go ahead?
That was beautiful. Thank you. What a cool sharing. So this is going to be episodes, right? Because I feel like there's so many stories to share, and I'm going to share a really personal story today, and because it's timely, and because so in my community, I come from a community called the Soto Nation, And so in the Saulteaux Nation, our medicine is dreaming. And so I was didn't grow up with my people for Indigenous reasons. So I was separated from my community, but I was a dreamer. And so so like our friend from I had many experiences growing up because I dreamed. I'm going to share with you how that dreaming works. And the one of my dreams, I dream, and I still dream all of the time. But one of the dreams I had as a child, and this is just very young, and it plagued me. This one dream that I would have, and I was running down a road, and there was people with guns, and they were coming to kill me, and I was terrified, just absolutely terrified. It was nighttime. I felt like I was the only person on earth, and I was slamming on people's doors and causing a ruckus and trying to get inside and trying to be protected, but nobody would answer their door. And eventually, as I was running, I knew that they would catch up with me and that they would kill me. And in the dream, that's exactly what happened. And I went through a death in that dream. And this dream plagued me for many, many years. So fast forwarding now to my adult life, my little brother was adopted as I was. And we were both Indigenous, and we were very, very close growing up, like madly close. We just were everything to each other, took care of each other. And he was like my child more than my brother, having been separated like that. So many years later, my brother had some run-ins with the law. He had a little bit of addiction. He was like a genius person, but couldn't fit in. And this is, and then what happened was a week today, my brother was killed by the police. And on the night of his passing, I was sleeping with my boyfriend at the time, and I had a grand mal seizure at the moment of his passing. And the story of his passing was the dream I had as a child that plagued me for so many years. He had been threatened by the police that they were going to kill him. And on that night, the description of how he passed away was that he was running down the street, terrified, and the police were chasing him for no reason, by the way. And he was pounding on people's doors and demanding to be let in and crying for help, that the police were going to kill him. And that's how my brother passed. And I dreamed his death as a child. And that's my ghost story for the moment. I just wanted to share that. There's one more very happy part of that, and that was a week before my brother was killed. He called his very best friend and told his very best friend that I was working on some tech project. And he basically described 400 drums before I had the idea of 400 drums. So even though my brother didn't know he was going to pass, he called his best friend and said he was so proud of me because I was working in crypto and doing this massive project. And his best friend told me this after he passed away. And I said, well, we're not working on a project like that. And the idea for 400 drums came after my brother passed in a flash, in an inspired flash. So that's the story of dreaming my brother and summing up where we're at today with 400 drums and that he's still here. Masicho.
Thank you so much for sharing that, and thank you for trusting this space to share that story. That's amazing that you have that connection together that transcends life. That is so beautiful.
Every time you speak of that story, because I've heard it, once before when we got a chance to talk, I never, the feeling that I get never changes. It's awe, and it's just, I don't know how to describe it. It's incredible the way that you could see that and you could feel that, and he could see that, and he knew what you would do before you did it, and the fact that the relationship you both had, even though he was adopted, the strength of it and the love that you shared, it's so evident when you tell that story, because there wouldn't have been that premonition otherwise if y'all didn't truly love each other. So I always feel the same way when you tell that story, and I just love hearing it. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I think that if I had not dreamt of my brother's death when I was a child, that I would not have been able to accept it as an adult. And so, although it was like a terrible dream to carry, if I hadn't had it, then I would not have accepted his death. So I think that that's really important, and it has been magical for me, even though like ridiculously hard and all of that. So yeah.
Turtle Island, did you want to go next?
Yes, please. So I haven't really shared this story with many people, and when I do tell it, I usually takes me a long time. So I'm going to try really hard to keep it short. But ever since I was a child, I think I was 5 when I had my first dream about this black wolf, and they were really scary. And I remember telling people growing up that I didn't have good dreams because I always had dreams about this black wolf. And just fast forward to, I shared a room with my sister when I was about 9 years old. And it's important to note that we had bunk beds and I had asthma, childhood asthma. And anyways, I went to sleep, and I was dreaming that I was in the park with my sister and my granny. And we were playing, and then all of a sudden I went across the road and I got put in a headlock by some boy that I knew from school. And then I could see in the woods the black wolf approaching my granny and my sister. So, I got myself out of the headlock and started running towards them, and, basically told them to run. And then, of course, because it's a dream, the mountains suddenly became closer and we were running so slow. But I was so used to having dreams that I'd actually trained myself to realize that I was in one. And if I laid down on the ground, I could wake myself up. So I told them to keep running, and I laid down, and I'm closing my eyes really tight, trying to will myself awake. And I hear him run up by my ear, and he whispers that he likes heart. And I open my eyes, but when I open my eyes, I am in my bed, but he is up on the bunk bed and I'm on the top, and he's hovering over me with his face in the same spot. And I start screaming, and then my sister below me starts screaming, and he jumped off, like pushes off the bed, and it hits the bunk bed into the wall. And I'm still screaming, but I start having an asthma attack because I can't breathe. And it gets to the point where I literally can't breathe. I'm not making any noise, but my dad comes rushing in, and my sister's crying, saying someone's in the house. Someone's in the house, and he's trying to calm her down. And then all of a sudden he looks up at me, and I'm laying there, and he realizes I can't breathe because I'm having an asthma attack. So he just picks me up, puts me on his shoulder, and takes me to the hospital. And my mom comes in to comfort my sister, and my sister's trying to tell her, Mom, there's someone in the house. I heard them run down the hall, like, and something moved the bed. And she says, oh, you're just upset because your sister is having an asthma attack. It's okay, or whatever. And then, no one's talked to me yet because I'm unable to breathe. Anyways, I'm in the hospital, I get air. Obviously I survived because I'm here talking to you guys. But by the time I come home, my mom wants to talk to me and make sure I'm okay. And, I explain the dream and what had happened, and how in real life, as far as I'm concerned, he was there. And my mom's face she went cold or like, white almost, because about what my sister had said, and we hadn't even spoken. And then if you fast forward, I think 5 years after that, I was 14 and I had my own room on the other side of the house by myself. And I was laying in bed and I was still having these dreams, and I imagined the black wolf coming through the door and running past me down the hall. And there's more to it, but basically I got afraid, and it was almost like a daydream, but I thought, oh, well, I'm going to push my bed against that French door so that so that he can't get in. Anyways, that night our house was actually broken into, like in real life, and they stole everything. And my dad woke up to this loud ba-bang, 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 because there's this, our front door had one of those key things at the top, or not, I don't know how to explain it, but it locks the door from the top with the chain. And I guess the guy with the TV didn't want to walk the whole way through the house, so he tried to go through the front door, but he didn't realize that was there, so he started panicking and was ba-bang, ba-bang, pulling on it. So my dad runs out in his tighty whities and a baseball bat, and then comes around the corner. The guy drops the TV, because back then it was big, huge smash, runs out. The people in the truck drive away, leave the guy. My dad's chasing him down the hill, but he realizes if they didn't come through the front door, they would have had to come through the other side of the house, and that's where I was by myself. So he turns around almost immediately and runs back to the house, and he comes back and he finds me in my bed, pushed in the middle of the room. They just moved me, and I never woke up, and nothing bad happened to me. And I wish I could tell you guys what this black wolf means. And honestly, when I tried to research it on my own, it was kind of scary, the stuff that came up. But then as I got older, I realized that in both those times, maybe he was protecting me because he thought that he could, maybe I was going to have an asthma attack that night. And if he didn't push off the bed and wake my sister up, then maybe I wouldn't be here. But that's the optimistic side of me thinking anyways.
I really like that you didn't focus on the, and I'm gonna let 400 drums go, and I'm just gonna be real quick. I really like that you didn't focus on the negativity, and that instead you went searching for alternate meanings. Because sometimes when people look into it, they like to focus in on the negativity, and they like to focus in on, oh, this was a bad omen, things like that. But when you research into it and you talk to people who actually understand and know what you're talking about when you say the black wolf, it will open up doors for you that you never would have considered. So I really like that you didn't just go with negativity, and instead you went and said, well, maybe he's my protector, and that's what is happening. I really enjoy that.
Thank you. And I do know that the hosts know that I've got to run, and I was just going to talk a little bit about my project. I hope that's okay. Someone just give me the green light, and I'll give my less than 2 minute spiel.
Green light means go and take all the time you need.
Awesome, thank you. So, of course, with it being Indigenous History Month, we're trying to add some Coast Salish art to the Solana blockchain. We're minting on June 30th. The project encompasses 3 elements. The first element is the Turtle Island NFT collection itself. It features 12 creatures designed by artists Margaret August and Ovilla Myatt. There are orcas, Sasquatches, thunderbirds, and much more, each with their own story. It's important to showcase Indigenous art on a global scale. For many reasons, I want it known that our culture, language, and art is not obsolete nor lost. Not only that, but we can adapt to and thrive in the Web3 world. The second part of the project encompasses the tortoise tasks. The experience is self-paced, aims to help the environment, better society, and educate people on Indigenous culture and issues. Non-Indigenous people approached me after the first unmarked graves were uncovered in Canada. They wanted to know what they could do. I simply said, educate yourself. I realized that I could help them do that by making tasks to visit friendship centers, take Indigenous elders out for lunch, attend a powwow, or support other Indigenous-owned businesses. That uncovered tragedy woke up a lot of Canadians and, quite frankly, the world about the truth hidden within our history. This is why I made 215 tasks to honor those first children and further educate others. We can walk together as one people towards healing and learning from each other. We also threw some fun stuff in there, like go skinny dipping or go out in public dressed as a superhero to keep people engaged and excited to participate. The grand prize is an all expenses paid vacation to Tainamar Resort. People will enjoy spa treatments, eat endless tapas in a treehouse, and soak in a mineral pool. Holders of our NFT will automatically be entered into the draw. The third and final element, we're donating 50% of the profits towards 3 Indigenous programs fighting for clean drinking water on reserves, assistance with missing and murdered Indigenous women, youth, and support for those affected by the traumas of residential school. Thank you for letting me share about our project.
Thank you for sharing your story. Thank you for sharing your amazing project. And I'm totally wanting to get up on that. I need to collect and get started. Do I have an advantage because I'm Indigenous? So, we're going to be doing a raffle, but before that, I do have a story that I would like to tell. Um, so yeah, it's a little long-winded. Um, so if you look at a map of Washington State, there's a little tiny town in the center of it called Prosser, Washington, and it's in the middle of nowhere. There is a road called the Gap Road, and if you were to drive this road to the very end until it completely stops, you would be on the top of a ridge. At the top of that ridge is a really old barn, and it's falling apart. The wood is decaying. It's very creepy. And painted on the ground is a line about a quarter a mile away from that barn, and it says, "Start here." So typically people would go to this spot and they would put their car on the line and put their car in neutral, and the car will roll uphill until it goes over the hill down into the valley. And so a few friends and I decided to try this out, and it was something that people would do in the middle of the night, and I was too chicken, so I'm like, let's do it in the day, thinking that it would change things. So before we put our car on the start line and shift it into neutral, I wanted to try it out and see if it would work with something else besides a car, thinking that it had something to do with, I don't know, something to do with the mechanics of the car. So I had a bottle, it was a glass bottle, and we set it on the start line and we let it do its thing, and it started rolling uphill. And I was just like, this isn't real. Like, I couldn't believe it. So when we picked the bottle up, we saw tons of tiny little handprints on this bottle. And I was like, how the hell? Like, there's no one here. It was literally alcohol bottles, so children shouldn't even be touching this. Like, there is no way these hands came from anyone that was in the car, and it was really creepy. So the next thing we did was uh, they always say to like take baby powder or cornstarch and cover the car in the powder before you go up the hill. So we did that. We covered the car in baby powder and we shifted it into neutral. And it started moving up the hill. And I was like, okay, there's got to be handprints around here somewhere because they obviously pushed the damn bottle. So when we got to the barn, I stopped the car. My friend and I got out. We saw handprints all over the outside of this car. We're just like freaking out. And then I heard something in this barn, and I was just like, oh my God, like there's something in there. I want to go see what it is. Like, I can't take the suspense. I need to unmask whoever this is. Like it was Scooby Doo. So my friend and I were fighting because he didn't want me to go into the barn. And then all of a sudden, we hear this really loud shriek, and it was so scary. It was so scary that we had jumped into the car. I drove down the valley 90 miles an hour and got us to civilization. We literally were like freaking out. I was kind of crying. It was really scary. So we ended up sharing that story with some relatives, and I went to a Fright Night in Portland, Oregon, and on the way back, we decided to stop there in the middle of the night. And this was about like 2 years later. So um, at the time, I was with my boyfriend at the time and his nephew really wanted to go see the spooky space. And so we decided to take him and surprise him. So we get there and he's like, no, are we really here? Are we really here? We're like, yes, we're really here. Now, are you ready to be shook? So I think we had cornstarch that time. So we covered the car in cornstarch and then put it into neutral at the start line. The car started rolling forward. We get out at the barn and we check the car, and sure enough, there are handprints. But then when we get in the car, there are handprints inside the car. And we were freaking out, like, who the hell put handprints in the car? And we were like blaming each other. pointing fingers and like, who was it? I knew it was you. So then we ended up driving down to the valley. And so in the little tiny city, there's a McDonald's that's open 24/7. And we ended up going in there. We're all crying, and the people at the counter were like, "Are you okay? What's going on?" And we told them what happened. We're like, "We went up to Gravity Hill. We saw the hands, but the hands were in the car this time." And they were just like, "Oh yeah, all kinds of people come here and tell us that they go up there, but we don't believe it." And I'm like, "It literally happened." We were so freaked out. We ended up driving back home that night. We were gonna stay there. We ended up driving back home that night. It was like a 5 hour drive, but that's my scary story for Gravity Hill and handprints.
That's awesome. I used to have little people visit me when I was a child, and we actually grew up with a big ravine in our backyard. But in the comments of this Twitter space, I put photographs of little people hands, so that people know, because the elders from different territories have talked to me about little people, so that sort of when I went back to my community at about 19 years old, people started teaching me what I was seeing when I was a child. And so the little people that used to visit me when I was a child were like, I don't know, like maybe 6 to 8 inches tall, approximately less than a foot. And the pictures that I put in here are bigger little people. You can see, but that was like in such a desolate, beautiful rainforest area. The only people that live there, and we weren't even at the community yet, is the Douglas First Nation, and there's only 120 of them out in that rainforest. So where this car was parked and got these handprints, there was not a living soul around for miles and miles and miles and miles and miles. So little people come in different sizes, like from the 12-inch up to like your knee height type of thing, and they're different on different territories, just like Bigfoot and Sasquatch. There's also pictures that I put up of Sasquatch prints that are from our sacred area, our sacred safe caves on our territory. So very, very cool. Yeah, so different. And some people make clothes. I used to make clothes for the little people and put them out when I was a child naturally, just intuitively. But that's actually quite a common practice up here to do. Yeah.
You
Sorry. Sorry for interrupting.
go for it.
Um, I pinned the picture to the top of the space if you want to go and look at it. These are pretty cool pictures. I would think that some people might be afraid of that, but I think it's pretty cool. Because we're taught not to be afraid of little people. So yeah.
I adore how there's so many similarities across so many indigenous cultures. Because in Hawaiian, we also have what we call menehune, which are little people. And they don't cause any problems in our society. They are a little mischievous, so you may find, like missing items and things like that. But for the most part, they do hidden work. And a lot of the fish ponds in Hawaii, especially if you go to Kauai, you'll hear the story the elders will tell you of how the Menehune built it, because out of nowhere these fish ponds just happened, and people will swear on their lives that it wasn't there previously. And so, one of the telltale signs for us to tell us that menehune are around is you will see these stacks of rocks. And the rocks will go from biggest on the bottom to the smallest at the top. And it's almost like their signature, telling you that they were there, they were the ones who did it. And you'll go across any island in Hawaii and you'll see these little stacks of rocks. And oftentimes it's in the valleys, towards the mountain, wherever you can find a river or a stream, you'll most likely see these little stacks of rocks around. And the only thing with menehunes is they don't like when you see them, because they're supposed to be secrets. They're supposed to be hidden. And so when you see them, that's when it becomes territorial and you are in danger. But for the most part, they just go around and they try to help natives in any way they can by building fish ponds. We've even found small houses that are built out of stone that no regular sized Hawaiian, because we're all about 5'8" and up,
can fit in. They're about little 3 to 4 foot houses, but you can find them across Hawaii. So I really adore this. It's so cool to see how many similarities there are.
Very, when you were talking about the rock stacks, I've seen those here at the Gifford Pinchot. Uh, there was like a giant tooth-shaped rock. Thank you for bringing this people up. There was a giant tooth-shaped rock that was just like sitting in the middle of the most remote area of Washington State. And my mom and I came up on it, and I was like, "Do you see that? Do you see that?" I took a video of it, and it was wild because it looked like a tooth that was like lodged in this pile of rocks that was just standing up on its smallest point. So that's so cool that you shared that. And I love talking about little people because we do have uh, so many people that don't recognize them as real, but yet we experience them all the time.
That's the same up here. I don't know if it's in your territories, but up here, I just posted some photos of some Bigfoot prints, and those are taken from one of our oldest, most sacred. In fact, David, if you could talk about that, would be better. Hang on, let me try and get him to tell you, because he's the one. And David has like a size 14 foot, so there was like big foot, like you can see they're massive, and then smaller ones as though there were a family. And there was actually a whole project that moved out of the way. Hey, David, he's ignoring me. We should have a whole episode on the Bigfoot.
Here he comes.
Let me see. Can you hear me? Ooh, I'm getting a lot of feedback. Okay. You good? Okay. Yeah, I tend to walk all the territories for as many nations as possible for my environmental and green tech work. And I got an invitation to go up on a hunt and walked, how many? 6 different territories. Doig, Sikanee, Moberly, Soto, and a couple others, working my way up through all the valleys. And one of the guys that I was with was a former chief medicine person, and also back in the 80s he did a lot of guiding. The area was extremely rich in game at one point before all of the oil and gas came in and wrecked the place. They also stopped the traditional burning in all those valleys, and they were regenerating it. They were caregivers of the land. And at one point, I guess an oil and gas company wanted to put a pipeline through, including through this ravine that they'd seen by satellite, going, yeah, it looks pretty convenient to put a line in there. And this person put in a request saying, you need to bring an engineer, fly an engineer down here so I can take them on the territory and show them why we don't want to have a line coming through. And we were able to go down and take a look as he's telling the story. I guess way back in the old days, when it used to be a mud flat in there before it got petrified into rock, there were families of Bigfoot that would walk next to this creek, which was still there as a beautiful waterfall, and nobody could see it. Like if you weren't in the ravine, you wouldn't really even know that it was there. And he explained the story saying this is one of our sacred spaces because our brothers, the Transformers, the Bigfoot, were coming through here. And in the pictures, you can see I actually have a size 13 boot, and these are the best pictures that I have. But there were other ones. Maybe if I can manipulate them a little bit so you can see a little bit more shadow. My boot is swishing back and forth inside of some of the tracks. And there was a lot of traffic there. There would be tracks that were overlaid of each other, and putting my hand in it. There's video of it as well that I took. Once he was able to explain it and show it, they basically just turned it into a dark spot on the maps that it would never get touched. And on our way out, you could see that there was 2 massive caves up on the side of these hills where they would have been living. And that's not the only spot. I'm close to Squamish, and some of the traditional chiefs and I would go for hikes, and we'd find massive caves where it would be extremely difficult to get to. Um, and they've had run-ins with Bigfoot as well, like right in behind another tree, or going to the creek for ceremony in the morning or in the evening. You get that smell, that funky smell that Bigfoot has, and they start chattering at you or tossing little pebbles and rocks and things like that. The more time you spend out there, the weirder things can get. Um, but it's not like they mean you any harm. Um, I think you just need to spend enough time out in the bush so that you relax into the environment, and you're not a human being from the city that's stomping around making a bunch of noise. And all of a sudden, things start to reveal themselves to you.
Yeah, that's so amazing. And I love that you have an actual like landmark. It's that's so cool. I know up here, I was just talking about this with my mom this morning. Last year we went camping and there was something going in between our tents and for us we're very quiet, don't disturb it. This is its home. So I love that you kind of tapped on some of that too in the story. Yeah, thank you.
There's lots of spots out there. I could go on and on and on. Um, and and once you get to know people in the community, they'll start telling you stories, and you can go out there and verify it if you got the spine. So there's lots.
Does anyone have questions for David? Go ahead and unmute. No questions? Everyone's shocked.
Yeah, a little bit, just a little bit. Okay, I do have a question. Is this the first like actual clear set of prints you've seen, or have you seen like a lot more than this?
Um, well, let's say that this is the first set of prints set in stone. But yeah, I come across prints. I go pretty deep into the bush when I'm going hunting. So, at least 50 clicks back from any town, and get into really isolated areas by myself, and spend 4 or 5, 6 days a week, whatever. Um, and you'll come across stuff, tracks and things like that they're going to last. So this was the first time I ran into something that you would consider permanent. They've been there for a very, very, very long time, but very few people know where the area is, and even less actually get to go into that area and take a look and enjoy it.
That's incredible because I thought what I was looking at was mud, but the minute you said stone, oh my goodness, that's oh holy crap! That's all I gotta say.
Yeah, those are ancient. Um, yeah, and that's on. Well, I started the story with that's Tamara's territory. We're walking all of the different valleys, and yeah, there's lots of peaks up in Squamish as well, where we've gone, like close to the glacial fields and things like that. You run into things. You take a look, and all of a sudden you can see things moving around on the other side of the river, up on the mountains. And I know what game animals look like. I know what bears look like, and it's not those. I just don't. I don't like to take pictures of that kind of stuff. Um, it's not a matter of like taking it on faith. It becomes so sensationalized that people just get excited about it, and they want to post about all that kind of stuff, and cause a stir. But if you really want to have an experience, you have to get out there and allow it to happen for you, right? Just go out and spend some time.
Yeah, I've heard stories of people feeling rage when they see Sasquatch. And then I've heard stories of people actually having their lives completely saved by them. And it's like, it really depends on what's in your heart. And I feel like they know that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
all the animals are like that. Back in my early days when I would hunt, you go out and it's like, okay, I'm going to bag me something. You get all wired and you're aggressive and you're moving around and you're putting off some pretty harsh vibes, right? And it takes 3 or 4 days for you to settle down and actually blend into the environment. You almost become invisible. Your ears and your eyes and your nose open. You start moving different and silently. You're more aware of what's going on, and you're taking your time as you're moving around to observe. You become a part of the natural environment, and that's when things open up. All those doors open up for you. Sometimes it's just on intuition when you take a right instead of a left, and you'll end up seeing something that's special. You know.
That's really awesome. And I just think it's really like, I mean, I live by like the woods along the river, but I don't go into them by myself because I'm kind of afraid. But my husband and my sister, they jog through the trees, and they say like nothing ever bothers them, even if they see the coyotes. And my husband, a cougar crossed his path once, so that scares me enough not to go in there by myself. But I really think that, yeah, if you have like a good heart, the animals will leave you alone. And yeah, so thank you for sharing that. I really enjoyed that.
My people used to call the colonizers translated to Swedish bonbons, because we had our relationships such that even when they put us in houses and we couldn't hunt, our people would be starving. And some of my relatives, in my family, the story is that the wolves would actually bring game to their door and leave it on their doorstep. And so the animals on our territory, they never bothered us. But when people came in from the outside, they didn't know how to be in the forests, and so the animals would just snack on those guys. They were like, "Woo, bonbons."
I love that so much. Do you mind if I share that at my camping trip?
Please do.
Well,
I
okay.
laughed my head off at that too. It's in a book. I
Oh,
think somebody published it even.
nice. Yeah, no, we were just talking about that too with the kids. Like, they're out there just running around doing their thing, and like, they don't understand that they're actual animals and other things out there.
What about that? Or when our hunters are out, and David might tell this better, but Chief Ian Campbell was out hunting and he's gotten up there and he's in the tree and he's hidden in sort of like the treetop hunting tent, and he's being all quiet. And, all of a sudden, what are those? The four wheelers? David? Yeah, just start going by. And it's like you've got stealth Indians up in the tree, and then all these people riding their motorbikes and going all around. I think there was another story where they were trying to get a hold of David, who was like, "What were you doing, David?" And there was a bear behind you. Yeah, there was a bear behind you, and everybody was yelling at you, like, "Run, David, run!" And you were doing something. There was this massive grizzly bear. It never bothered him, though. He was like, "Whatever. Yeah, do your thing." Well, they want some, come get some kind of deal. You got to turn your speaker on, man. Anyway, so let somebody else speak. Those aren't ghost stories, different stories.
I I love how a lot of what you were talking about is rooted in just being respectful. Um, so okay, this is not my personal story, but this is well known in Hawaii, um, and a lot of times Hawaiians will go and they'll hunt in this certain area, and it's called Sacred Falls, and that's because Hawaiians believe it's sacred. And so it's known for all of our hunters that if you're going to go up there, you need to bring an offering first. So all of my family, when they would go hunt, they would bring offerings. They would bring pork and these beautiful berries and flowers and everything, and they'll leave them right at the base where you enter. Not even next to the fall, but where you enter. And a lot of tourists started hearing about Sacred Falls, and they would go up there, and as they walk up, they would pick things off the tree, because we have, guava trees, papaya trees, all of that just kind of in the forest in Hawaii. And so they would pick these fruits off the trees, and they would go up to Sacred Falls and they would start swimming. And Hawaiians will always tell you to be respectful, and leave an offering, and never pick anything, never take anything, don't touch anything because it's a sacred area. Most of the time, when tourists go up to Sacred Falls and they start picking things off of the tree, horrible accidents occur. And more often than not, people would die. And it was things like landslides, drownings, rocks falling. So it got so bad, and it was happening so often, that Sacred Falls is now illegal to go into. And the hunters and all the Hawaiians of the area, because I grew up right next to Sacred Falls, we always tell everybody who we see walking towards it that unless they leave an offering and are respectful and never take anything from the trees, then they're risking their lives going up there. And it's all about just respecting the area. And I think that's a lot of what Indigenous stories are about when we go into the wilderness and things like that. It's all about respecting the area. And if you're not respectful of the area can sometimes retaliate, and it can be dangerous to you. So I love. Oh, this is such a good space. Thank you.
Totally. Going back to little people too, because I have an aunt that has little people that follow her, and uh, they look like little black devils. And for them, they do offerings in their home, and it likes little figurines. So they have tons of figurines, and it will move them and play with them. And if one gets like put in a different place, it gets mad. And so I remember one time I was staying the night there, and something had happened to one of the figurines, and that thing, it followed me home. And I was just like asking my mom, like, what do I do? Like, I keep seeing this thing, like, it keeps peeking out at me. And she's like, yeah, I keep seeing it too. And so I had to build a little, like, offering area outside in our garden for it to go outside instead of being in here. So it's just, I love that we're sharing these, because for some people in here, they may pick something up that will help them with their current encounters.
I know we had some hands up. Did the hands want to share any stories?
Hi everyone. My name's Pasepi. Call me Sep for short. I live in the Owens Valley in California by Bishop and Yosemite. Um, I'm a Paiute. And my mom's Paiute from there. But anyways, yeah, we do have little people in our mountains as well. I was gonna piggyback off your stories. Me and my family used to go hiking all the time and camping in our mountains, and my dad would always like tell me not to be if I see any other kids or smaller people in the mountains, don't be taking off with them, and always just try to stay within the family. But I was gonna tell a story too. I lost track while everyone was talking, but we do have the Bigfoot as well. Um, so there's a part in the valley where we live at, and it's we live in a valley where these two mountain ranges by the Sierra Nevadas and the White Mountains, and there's a part where the mountains are like um pretty close where they say Bigfoot comes and walks that path from between those mountains and he only comes like when things are bad. And then a lot of the native the communities say that it has a weird smell, like like a musky smell, and a lot of the animals and dogs would be going off all the time throughout the night. So but we see him as more of like a spirit. But yeah.
I was gonna ask, thank you for sharing that too, but I was gonna ask, does anyone know the difference between the smell and the smell of like bears? Because I know that there are people that are like, it's just a bear. I've had family members that were like, "No, we know what it is. It's not that."
Up here, there's a sign, and my son had this, and he also dreamed of Sasquatch when he was a child. And so the sign up here is that they'll throw a rock at you. And so River, my oldest son, was out hiking way out in the bush with his father, and he was actually caught. He's got long hair, and he caught one of the Sasquatch stones in his hair. And so it's just, they throw things at you when they want to get your attention. So he that's considered an offering from the Sasquatch, is in terms of him needing to learn Sasquatch medicine, actually.
Well, I'll add a little bit to that. um, bears kind of got a musky, sweaty smell to it. But a Sasquatch smell, basically the odor is quite strong, even from a distance, and it kind of it can make you kind of woozy. So it would be a musk mixed with skunk, mixed with something else that kind of can throw off your balance.
Did anyone have any questions for Steph? Then and thank you all for sharing all this. Okay, so we do have a raffle going on. There's a pinned tweet. Basically, you just post your three emojis. I'll verify that you're in the space, and then we'll run the raffle. And I'll try to do it while people are speaking, so we're not interrupting or anything. And I see that Mel has their hand up. Go ahead.
Hi everyone. I was just listening to some stories that people have encountered in the mountains, and it made me giggle a bit because I used to live in the mountains, specifically in provinces, mountains where there's not even cars could reach it. One second. Um, and so most of the time, people would have to hike up to those mountains or use a tricycle, which is I'm not sure how to describe it, but it's basically like a motorcycle, but only has like an attachment where people could like sit on the side. That's my best descriptive thing there. But anyways, I used to live in the mountains, and I understand why, and I think there's a lot of similarities because even in my culture, a lot of people, um, well, most of us believe that aswang, or which is some sort of our skinwalker version, which is aswang, lives in the mountains. And the reason to that is because they do not like civilization very much. And we have a saying that aswang people are more friendly. It's better to have aswang as friends rather than thieves, because we believe that aswangs are generally good, but only when they're hungry do they go for other people. Um, and where I actually lived, um, there's a there's a couple cities where aswangs usually live at, and one of those cities are my city, Iloilo. And I have a story. When I was a kid, um, my mom was pregnant with my sister. And I'll describe what a tik-tik is first before I tell you guys the story. A tik-tik is a evil spirit, or a version of our skinwalker, who has a long tongue and loves to devour unborn children because of the purity of its blood. And it because it has a specific scent, which is, it smells better than children that are already born within this world or adults. Um, and so they prey mostly on pregnant women. And that is why pregnant women usually wear an anting, which is our maybe crystals or elements that we use to ward off evil spirits. Anyways, my mom was pregnant with my sister, and we were watching TV. And all of a sudden she was like, turn off the TV, like with an urgency in her voice, like turn off the TV. And of course at that point I was already scared, because she's usually a very aloof person. And she was like, don't you hear that? And as soon as she said that, I could hear tick 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 tick. And we named it tick tick because that's the sound it makes. And then all of a sudden you can smell a scent that I have never ever smelled anywhere else. I've only smelled it a handful of times, and I have never ever smelled it anywhere else. And so it was that specific scent. um and they give off that scent when they're close. And she was like, you need to just be quiet, turn off the TV. And we all just sat down in the living room. And what it is that when aswang are close to you, they're usually very quiet. But when they're far from you, that's when they're really loud, because they try to attract your attention. You want to investigate on that sound, right? And so as you get closer, they get quieter because now they see you and now they can attack you. Um, and so those are one of the experiences that I've had with our aswang, which is very scary because, like I said, if ever, and I can't even describe the scent, I wish I could because that might help somebody out whenever they hear it or encounter it. But I've only smelled it for a handful of times that you can't even explain what it smells like. It doesn't smell like anything I've ever, smelled before. So it's pretty scary. And I have another story which involves also in the mountains. Um, when we moved to the city, we would still often visit the mountains because we would check on our buffaloes, check on our land where we have rice plantation, bananas, and all of that stuff. And we used that before to kind of feed ourselves and our family because our family is huge, and we would stay in a barangay, which is basically like a little community. So all of our houses are next to each other, and my grandma, I believe, owns acres of lands. And so they use that land as a to basically plant stuff and eat them, right? But then when we moved to the city, they used that land as some sort of income as a business because we didn't need it anymore, and so we would sell whatever we harvest from the land. And so we would often go up there just to check on things. But whenever we did, my grandma would always tell me to wear my clothes inside out. Um, and I never knew the reason why, but as I grew up, the reason why she always told me to wear my shirt inside out is that if ever I encounter an evil spirit, I can find my way home. Because they like to lure people, um, and get them lost in the forest and eventually eat them. But I'm not sure why turning your shirt inside out pro- maybe prohibits them from doing it to you, but you eventually find your way out. And so that's the same thing for pretty much across the board about evil spirits, from my culture. And I think it's just very interesting that a lot of stories comes from the mountains because we do believe that our skinwalkers or our aswang and evil spirits go to the mountains because they like a peaceful life. So yeah, that's my stories, and I apologize for. Well, I don't apologize, but yeah, that's my stories.
Doesn't the Filipino culture also have stories about little people as well?
We do nuno sa bunso. So that's why we wear the our shirts inside out. Is ever you encounter a nuno, which is basically a nuno or duende, which is what menehune is, or those little people, right? They usually live in anthills. And so whenever you pee by them, or pee by wherever in the forest, if you really have to, or you have to walk in the forest, you say tabi tabi po, which is a saying that you say to ask permission to go through the land, to go through their home. and you're asking to excuse yourself, because if you don't, they will kill you, or maybe they would, if you accidentally step on their home, your foot would swell and eventually it will get nasty. And there's plenty of documentation where there's very weird things happening to people after encountering duendes. And it's also believed that they are generally nice as well. And you could be friends with them and they can bring you good fortune if you are friends with them. But if you stop being friends with them, they will eventually kill you. So yeah, those are our little people, or our duendes in the mountains.
Chills. I will be friendly forever. If they want to be friends for eternity, we will be friends.
Yeah, I mean, best friends. Let's do this. BFFs for life.
Does anyone have any questions for Mel before we move to Ongosako or Jules?
I actually wanted to add real quick, that I could pause. So we have this thing called lana, which is a concoction made with coconut oil and herbs that is pinned on our babies or even adults wherever we go, because it boils over when it's close by an aswang. Um, and my grandma has a recipe of it. Well, not a recipe, but she has the list of the items to concoct it, because she had personal experiences with an aswang before. And I remember when I was younger, I always had ginger and um, garlic and dilana pinned to my shirts. So I was like a walking dish. I was a snack even when I was a baby girl. So yeah.
I'm gonna need you to mix some of that up and then send it out to some of us because I ain't trying to be friends with Oswangs. I'm sorry.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jules. I wanted to bounce off of what you were sharing because I find it very fascinating that Filipino culture deeply reflects the Bribri tribes or indigenous cultures in Costa Rica. We have similar practices. When you're entering the forests and the mountains out of respect and out of protection for yourself, you're meant to turn your shirt inside out. And it's encouraged just specifically if you're lost and you feel like you're being pulled in by the spirits to turn your shirt inside out to gain your senses again. And in my mentality, it's almost like a symbol of like magnetism or a reversal spell where you're treating your subconscious to protect itself inadvertently by the symbol of turning your shirt inside out. And we also use the practice of putting anato on your head, the red dye that a lot of people eat in like soup bases and stuff. And you put it on a cross on your forehead to protect your mind. But I just found that really fascinating that that practice is reflected in both cultures. And I'm familiar with the colonization of the Philippines and how people, how, for the most part, it's not deeply spoken about through colonized history because it is the other half of the story when it comes to who was brought to the Americas during those times, and it is so significant to part of what has been concealed, and it's not taught at all in American or Northern American education, from my understanding and my growing up, what I had access to. But we call them the duendes too, and they are little people or the equivalent of what Americans call gnomes. And I have met one in Costa Rica. The last time I was visiting, I was staying with my uncle and my father and my brother, and in one house. And his wife Stephanie, and we were sleeping one night, and at the end of my bed, I had awoken really peacefully and calmly, and the whole room was pitch black. I was sleeping next to my brother, and at the end of my feet, I could see a little a duende. He was standing in front of me, and I could tell that he was watching over me. And I kind of asked myself internally, am I okay? Am I safe? And I was just responded with, you're safe, you're protected. He comes to the houses here, and this is kind of his job. And we had a young baby in the house at the time as well, and it kind of goes both ways. Like these duendes can work certain magic where they entice children to come with them in a sense, and convert them into kind of like spirit and light bodies to work with them, or they can just simply be protectors and sort of um like they're the protectors of the home, and they kind of will survey things throughout the night and be guides if there is any danger or evil around. But what was so fascinating, besides meeting them that night, was that my dad had an extremely visionary experience for the first time in a long time, where he said he was in a lucid dream and a shaman had come to him, and he had these deep sunken eyes, and they were standing. My father wasn't a person, he was just a presence watching this scene unfold. And the shaman was about 7 feet 8 foot tall, and he was standing next to a burnt kindling fire, so the smoke was just coming up and some of the cherries were still sparking. And behind the shaman in the rainforest, it seemed like time was going and spinning infinitely, like fast forward. And so he was watching the shaman stare him deep in the soul, almost as time was going around him infinitely. So day to night, like a constant cycle and flow. And he said that he just felt like the shaman was trying to express something to him non-verbally, but this was all occurring at the same time while the duende was at the end of my feet, watching me, protecting me. So I felt like it was like a channel or portal that was opened. Like you were saying, like they're bringers of messages, or they can sometimes be bringers of magic. But I found that so fascinating that evening, the synchronization. And my dad said that he had actually woken up at a certain point, and he noticed that the porch door in Costa Rica, the porches are just kind of like concrete little balconies, and they have these, like, they're completely covered, so rain doesn't get in because people use them to like dry their clothes and stuff. And he said he noticed that the door was open, like it was cracked, and he found that strange because the dog that lived out there hadn't come inside, but he felt like he heard something walk in, and it was kind of like in between that dream state and him having the vision. And later in the future years after that had occurred, I had been confronted by many mediums and channelers who told me that that shaman was with me, and that he was my protector and my guide, and he had actually helped me through a very serious situation once, where I had a negative experience with substances, and somebody was in a really dangerous position, and I saw him. He revealed himself to me for the first time, like 2 years after that vision that my dad had gone through. So yeah, hopefully that's linear enough to decipher, but that's my experience coming in contact with them, and experiencing their safety and protection. And I feel like, of course, all of our ancestors have had deeply respectful relationships with them, and otherwise just face the consequences. So I'm really happy to hear that other people have experienced similar things. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing. Does anyone have any questions for Jules? Go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to say that I first off, it's crazy how the words are similar. It just shows that a lot of Filipinos have gone through a lot of colonization, and we've really adapted to other people's words. So I think it's very interesting. But I really appreciate you saying that, the colonization is never really taught anywhere else. Even where I lived before, it was never really taught to us because our books were made by westernized men. And since it is Indigenous Peoples Day, I just wanted to kind of share that I get aggravated sometimes when I see people say, oh, it's our land now, it was fought fair and square. It wasn't. It really wasn't fair and square from the very beginning. When people came, when European Western people came to our land, they posed as friendly people, but at night they attacked us, and they took our chiefs, and they displayed our chiefs on a fair, saying that they converted their little brown savage brothers. Um, and this is not taught anywhere because people like to forget, but I won't forget. My people will never forget. And I think that's why it's very important and it's very significant that most of us indigenous people are here to celebrate with each other, because our stories will die with us, and we can only advocate and share it to other people so they know too. And yeah, I'm just very fortunate to spend time with um, my people. So thank you for sharing that, and making it to a point that a lot of our history is not taught correctly because they try to hide it. But you know what? The truth sets you free. And it's unfair for other people to heal by themselves when the destruction was brought upon by other people, you know? So thank you for pointing that out.
Mel, you're so powerful. I love it. If someone else was going to speak, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that I resonate so fully with everything that Mel just said. You know, a lot of Hawaiian history as well is in the dark, and it's due to the English takeover. Um, uh, a lot of what happened to our people is not taught in schools. It's not readily available for a lot of people to look into. And so our native people are finding that we have to go out and we have to educate and we have to find ways to get these stories to people so that they understand. And even to this day in Twitter spaces, I still get told, why are we fighting against the government when they bought Hawaii? And that is not the case. Hawaii was stolen. And so many people don't know that today. They're I hate to say it, but they're a lot of them are ignorant to the fact that Hawaii was stolen and was its own kingdom and was its own country and its own people, just like the Philippines. And people stepped in and took it and hid our history to hide what they had done. And it's time, like Mel said, for the truth to start setting people free. If we can get these stories out and we can get people to understand that the history that they're told is not accurate, we can start getting more support and getting more indigenous communities to thrive. So yeah, thanks, Mel. I know it was hard, that's why you had a lot of pauses, but I really appreciate you coming up and sharing that with us.
Which is why you are Indigenous women fighters. You're fearless, you're very brave, and you work very hard. And so that is what being a strong Indigenous woman is all about.
And the same goes to you, my love. You are flourishing in this space, and I adore getting the chance to be here with you every day to see the message and the light and how much you talk about your people and all the issues you try to share so people become more knowledgeable. You, as well, are the definition of an Indigenous woman fighter, and so are all of you in this space, even if you're not a woman. We are all Indigenous fighters.
My inner Indigenous woman is flying with colors right now. Thank you. I'm going to hand the talking over to Indigenous women fighters and running clocks for a bit because I do want to honor you as feminine warriors to be able to share and speak in this space more.
I feel like we're too nice that like in spaces with each other, we always interrupt, and I don't know. So I just want to let everybody know that I am raffling off a NFT for Indigenous Peoples Day. Moondeer posted a tweet on the Indigenous Legends Twitter to post your favorite 3 emojis, and it's up there in the pinned tweets. And also, if anybody else has a story they want to share about their culture or just anything that had happened to their people that you want to educate us about, we're open to that, because I feel like there's so much that has happened in the world that we haven't learned about. And it's important that we learn about these things so that we can really come together and realize that we're all connected, we're all one.
Yes, I just want to echo what Running Fox said. I know the title says Indigenous, but today is not only about honoring our Indigenous roots, but it's honoring our ancestors, those who came before us and fought all that they had to fight to get to where we are today. So, any stories that you have, no matter the culture, no matter the history, we're here to listen. And we're here to give you your spotlight so that you're able to heal along with us. Because this space, getting a chance to tell these stories, ghost story, non ghost story, it all helps in collective healing, and it really does form relationships that are going to last. So if you want to share, you feel inclined, please request and we'll bring you right up.
If possible, before we move on, I wanted to share one resource about the Southeast Asian colonial slave trade. And if anybody has any insight or feedback, please feel free to share. But one of the resources I'm aware of is Asian Slaves in Colonial Mexico, From Chinos to Indians. It is a book describing the history and current resources that are accessible around that colonization and part of the story. So, thank you.
Thank you, Jules. Go ahead on the drums. And also, thank you for putting that in the recording because I'm definitely going to go back and do that.
I didn't hear the last part of what you said.
I talk really fast when I'm like trying to hurry up. Thank you so much for mentioning that in the recording, Jules. I'm going to go look at that resource when I listen to the recording of this. I appreciate that.
Oh, very nice. I just wanted to say I have to go to a class in 8 minutes, and I'm just want to let you know how long are you guys going to be on here? How much longer? Like, do you think I could take the class and come back, or
Until I pass out.
was that until you pass out? So I'll come back.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm
Okay.
just got to take an hour off to go in this class. But I did put a tweet at the top just for our project. Which am I allowed to just sort of say something and then go to my class and then come back later?
Yes, please share
Okay.
your project.
Okay, thanks, guys. I'm going to practice because I got to do an ape pitch later on tonight. But just for those that don't know, my name's Tamara Goddard. I'm from the Saulteaux First Nation. I'm part of a NFT project called 400 Drums. So we're an Indigenous project based in Vancouver, BC, on the unceded territories of the Squamish Nation, and the chief, the hereditary chief of the Squamish Nation, is our elder. Our NFTs are made from museum quality handcrafted drums. Our David, who you heard speaking earlier, is our drum maker, and he has 25 years of experience making these amazing drums that will vibrate you to your core. So for our people, what we're doing is Indigenous youth training, and we have 6, 7, 8 youth working with us now in all different fields, from production to sound tech, etc. We do training for Indigenous communities and businesses in Canada to get into Web3. We develop Web3 platforms for our Indigenous people to bring teachings and art. And then we do Web3 strategies for Indigenous film, music, and media. Our big ticket item is a green tech campus, we do Indigenous economics. So we'll be starting to publish white papers, and then while the market's basically low, we're going into development. So we're doing a decentralized app to connect Indigenous products, services all over Canada, so that all of our NFT holders will have language to ancient languages. You'll be able to log on and begin to chat with ancient languages and learn some of these ways of looking at the earth. So we give away the drums as well, you guys. We give away free NFTs for the purpose of trading and teaching Indigenous peoples how to earn monies this way, so that our holders can earn monies by trading Indigenous NFTs, and our Indigenous communities can learn what it means to make an NFT. So we are minting now, just our first 444, and we are winning several awards coming up. That's what I'm going to in 5 minutes, is one of the pitches I'm giving for an international award, and we're showing it in New York City right now. So good things are happening. So thank you very much for taking aside a quick moment away from Indigenous ghost stories, and I'll be happy to come back and listen and share more cool stories. Masicho.
Lots of Komati and have fun. Also, congratulations.
Thank you.
Like, if you have not heard of 400 Drums, please go take a look at their project. It is incredible. And they show you how to make the drums. David often has live streams where he walks you through the process. So if you're interested in learning more about Indigenous culture, this is, besides me, besides us, 400 Drums is a wonderful, wonderful project to go and learn and take a look at. They're so down to earth and so willing to talk about anything and everything. So go check them out.
Live streams on Fridays is where it's at. My whole week doesn't start until Friday.
Yes, and everything Tamara and David say is really knowledgeable, and you learn something all the time. So I suggest you go to their live streams if you have the chance, and to their spaces. I just want to see everybody in the room. I noticed that Grace has been in the speaker panel for a while, as well as there's another speaker that had just come up. So I don't know if you would like to speak, Grace.
Hello? Yeah, sure. I was just waiting. I just wanted to actually just thank everyone for sharing their stories. And I didn't catch who had mentioned it, that you didn't have to be Indigenous to share a story, because I was just kind of sitting here like, okay, well, I'm not Indigenous, but I appreciate the stories being shared. For my background, I guess like what I just wanted to share was, and I guess where I do relate is with my background, I was raised like a strict, hardcore, like Italian Catholic. And part of I guess my father's background was hidden from me. Like I was told like this really horrible story that like he date raped my mom. And that was just like this lie that I had been carrying with me up until my 30s, I would say, excuse me. And I took a blood test to find out, or a DNA test, sorry, to find out what my other half was. And I am pretty much like the child of the rainbow. I am like everything in between. And I just had this feeling that there was this lie about my father. And just like after doing some research and digging, and not just asking some family members, I found out that they were actually dating. And it was just this like shame to my Italian family that my mom got pregnant at like in her teens by like this black man. So they just created this really stupid lie. So it was really hard for me to, I guess, carry with me for my like throughout my life, and up until probably when sorry, just to kind of fast forward, my mom passed away, and that's when I found out about my results, which was just kind of just the timing was just all kind of synchronistic. So, so I'm a little nervous. Yeah, so I think just the overall lesson that I had learned throughout it all is that just any conditioned belief patterns, any stories that you're told, like they're just stories and they don't really define who you are. And it's just like this narrative that I was carrying with me, but I realized that I can change that narrative. And I eventually just got more into a nature-based spirituality just to kind of connect with just Mother Earth and just for that respect. And actually, over the weekend, I just went to this museum just outside my town, and they had this Indigenous art display. And then across from it, there was like this Queen's Jubilee. And I was just reading about the Indigenous aspect of it. And I was like just talking to the host, and I was like, it's actually really nice that this is here because, I mean, obviously, what's going on, I'm from Canada as well. So a lot of what has been exposed and just what has been kept like with our Indigenous people oppressed, it's nice to see this history come to light. And she's like, oh, would you like to check out the Queen's Jubilee? And I was like, no. So I just really do appreciate the spaces like this. I'm a huge, huge supporter and fan of 400 Drums. And I just really do appreciate all the stories and the education and the learning experiences that are being provided by people like you, because I think it's so important. I think that's just my time, but I appreciate your time for listening, and I apologize for rambling, but thank you.
Keep going, Grace. Ramble all you want. Thank you so much for being in LA. It surely means so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm gonna send you a private message too. By the way, I'm having a little issue with sending out the NFT for the event, but I will do my best to get it to you. So we do have the raffle has about 13 people in it right now. I'll give it a few more minutes before we draw some names.
Yeah, and I do want to say we're also going to be doing a giveaway for an IWF, and we can do that a little bit later. Uh, no entry required. Just chill in the space with us, have fun, talk story, and at the end, everybody who's still here will just put all your names in a little raffle thing and see who wins.
Thank you so much for contributing. I love that, like you said earlier, like how we're spending the day together. It's just so amazing that we have the internet. I keep telling my parents, like, I would have never have thought that I would be on the internet connecting with other Indigenous people. Like, this is a dream come true for our our ancestors. And even though they probably were doing it in dreams or through the astral plane, we can do it with technology now. So thank you so much for contributing to the giveaway. And in the spaces that I grew up in, we always give more back to our community that shows up for us. So it just means a lot. Thank you.
Mel?
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure if okay. Well, since we're chilling and we were like, sharing stories about being indigenous, I don't know if you guys have the same experiences as I went through, but of course, when we were younger, we were never like, we're indigenous. We have certain protocols and certain practices and traditions that we do that is not normally done by non-indigenous people. And so I don't know if you guys have these experiences where you're like, what is happening? Other people aren't doing this, so why are we? Every November 1 is called Kalag, which is soul. In our culture, we visit our loved ones, and just during the Kalagan. And my grandma would always cook, and she would always separate a plate for, and I didn't know what it was for, but she would always separate a plate. And so growing up, I would try to eat the separate plate because, girl, that's food and her food is good. So I'm going to eat it. And she always beat my ass. And so I was like, why are you doing this? Like, it's food. It's just going to go bad. You don't want anybody else to touch it. And she would like put a candle next to it. So I should have known. I should have known just with the candle that it was something significant, right? And so she was like, "You're not supposed to touch that because it's for the spirits to consume." Which I'm like, okay, it was very interesting to me because I was like, how are they gonna consume it, Grandma? Um, but now I observed that practice as well. My dad passed away in 2018, and I find that it not only gives them respect, which is what my grandma tells me, is that you do it out of respect, and for them to invite them into your home, like your family members, to invite them into your home, and possibly have a meal together. Um, and so I don't know if you guys had those moments in your life growing up where we're like, why are we doing this and other people aren't doing it? And you realize as you get older that, oh, it's actually very significant for us to continue observing this. Um, so yeah, I just wanted to ask if anybody else had experiences growing up that are, you know, uh, I guess to some are weird, but to us actually makes a lot of sense.
Yes, 100%. So, when I was younger, my grandfather died, and 2 years later, my cousin died. And we used to go and visit their grave every weekend. And as a family, as we're leaving, we would stand and we would face their grave and we would sing a song. And the song was written specifically for the two of them. And I didn't realize growing up that that wasn't usual, that people didn't actually, stand there and sing to their loved ones. But it was normal for us. And when I asked my grandma who wrote the song, I asked her why we would do that, and why we would do it every single time. And she told me that it was something that her mom had instilled in her and that she would do when she was younger for her grandparents who had passed away. And they wrote a specific song for them. And so she wrote one for my grandpa and my cousin. And to this day, we still have that practice where every time we leave, we sing. And she said it was because my younger cousin, because he was a baby at the time of his passing, she felt as if whenever we would leave, he would be scared. And she didn't want him to be scared. So we would sing to him and tell him that we will see him again and we will come back and we will still be there for him. And now I'm crying, but yeah. So that's a practice that we have that not a lot of people do, but I hold it near and dear to my heart because he was young, and as we would leave, we would all get this feeling of sadness and scared, and so we would sing to him to make sure that he knew that we would be back.
Did anyone else want to share? I have some stuff, but I want to wait until the end.
You can go ahead, Sandra. I'll go after you.
Um, okay, did you have something to add to that? Because mine is like, unfortunately, I don't have anything to add to what Mel had said. So if you want to go first, Versa, you can.
Oh yeah, no, I had something to add to what Grace had to say, what everybody had to say. So I'm gonna go all over the gamut with everybody. So if you would like me to go first, I don't mind. But I just know you had your hand up before I did. I want to be respectful of your time. And I want to say what's up to Jess too. What's up, Jess?
Uh, yeah, you know what? You go ahead first, and then I'll go after you.
Okay, cool, no problem. So yeah, I am Chicana. I come from Mexican American descent. I was born in California, and so was my mom, but she was raised in Mexico. And a lot of Mexicans in general have the hardest time accepting that they are indigenous. The colonialism from Spain is so strong that they want to identify as their white colonizer, even though we are brown as dirt. And it's like, we need to identify with the earth. We need to not identify with our colonizer. And this is to this day. And I remember the colorism that I experienced growing up, being lighter skinned, and how my grandmother treated me differently, and how I was treated differently at family functions, and how people talked to me differently. And it always, struck me as odd. But when I think of old like stories or things that my grandmother used to say, she used to have this saying, "Sana sana colita de rana, si no te pasa ahorita te la pasa mañana." And what that is saying is like, you're saying like, I'm gonna soothe you. I'm gonna soothe you with the butt of this frog, and if it doesn't pass today, it's gonna pass tomorrow. And that's like a very famous saying in Spanish-speaking households. Like anytime a kid falls or hurts themselves or cuts themselves, that's like the first thing that they say. And when I heard Grace talk about her family stories and upbringings, I had one very similar because my grandmother was actually a very independent performer, singer, songwriter in Mexico. She was like the president of ASCAP of Mexico. And because of this, growing up or being in the 50s, she didn't need no man for nothing, ever. And unfortunately, my mother has a birth certificate that says unknown when it gets to the man. And so there were a lot of questions that came up growing up. And in the 50s, if you were considered a bastard, that was like a scarlet letter. That was like, oh my God, you didn't grow up in the right Catholic home. You don't know who your dad is. Get out of here, And my mom had to deal with a lot of prejudice because of that. Well, now we can fast forward to the times of 23andMe, where my mom was actually able to pinpoint exactly through genetics and find a name, find a last name, and now find a first name, and then go through and message and figure out exactly who her dad was. And even though the narrative was, we don't need a man, we're independent, we don't need anything, there was still such a disconnect between my mom not knowing. And I recently finished It Doesn't Start With You. This book is really transformative because it teaches us that all of us carry 3 generations worth of trauma inside of our bodies that we don't even know about. So there are triggers and there are painful memories and there are painful experiences. Like think about children that are survivors from the Holocaust. Think about children that are survivors from genocide. Think about children that are survivors from slavery. When you think about how all of us have horrific traumas that have happened in our families, we carry that weight with us. And we have to honor that. But we also have to know that it isn't always ours to carry. And we have to recognize a way of saying to our ancestors, thank you for living with what you went through. Thank you for carrying that. I am safe now. I am sound. I no longer need to carry that weight with me. Thank you for being there to carry it for me and keep me safe. And when you can connect those 2 things together with your past, with your ancestors, it really helps to move the needle forward. So with that said, I hope that we can all find our true identities, regardless of what our family narratives would like to conveniently pose for us. And I hope that we can all forgive our abusers and colonizers and just people who did us wrong in a way that we no longer carry that guilt or carry that shame, because that is how we're going to be able to break that cycle and cut that cord from that trauma and be able to let our children's children move more freely and with more love, because we ourselves did the work to cut those cords. So with that, I send all my love to everyone in the room. Happy Indigenous Day every day. Thank you for taking care of your body. Thank you for taking care of your mind. Thank you for taking care of your spirit and using this time to reflect and remember our ancestors. Because in Mexico, we have Dia de los Muertos for a reason, okay? A lot of different cultures think it's macabre to celebrate the death of family members, where for us, if you've seen Coco, it's a motherfucking party in our house, where we're so lucky to have these guardian angels behind us, an army of ancestors behind us, and we try to honor that whenever we can with our altars. And so I hope everyone can find a place in their home where they can create an altar for their ancestors that have passed so that they too know that they are remembered and never forgotten. So thank you for the time, sending all my love to the room. Everybody, please drink your water, take your vitamins, go for a walk. You could have been anywhere else in the world, but here you are learning with us. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mic drop. Dang. I am I don't like to say mixed because I am part Chichimeca, part Klingon. So I love that you bring that here that we are all indigenous people. I had that issue today when I was getting asked, is it Indigenous Peoples Day in Canada only? And I'm like, no, this is all the same place. We all live in the same place. We celebrate everything.
We were all Pangea, and that's the thing that people forget, is that we were all connected on one land, and it was only plate tectonics that separated us, and we all had to get from one side to the other. That's why we all carry the same features. That's why we all look very similar in some places. It's because we were all part of one land, and we can't forget that.
I just want to
Right.
acknowledge that where we are in North America, it's Turtle Island. So everybody, all the indigenous people who are a part of that, the Mexicans, the different tribes within Mexico and the U.S. and Canada, we're all connected. So we're all indigenous to this land, and I just wanted to point that out.
Amen. Go ahead, Mel.
I believe it was Sandra next.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Go ahead, Sandra.
Okay. So, hello everyone. I just want to say thank you for hosting this space. I was invited by Running Fox, who is a very dear friend, and she encouraged me to share, I guess, a bit of a story from my background. I am not Indigenous. For some of you, you may know that I am Polish. My entire family is from Poland, as far back as any of us can remember. And I feel like I can relate to, a lot of what's being said here. Um, my family, as well as my ancestors, lived through a relatively dark history, and not many people know like the history of Poland, spanning thousands of years. Of course, two world wars, collapse, and communism, and I guess the path to the restoration of democracy. But um, my family lived through both world wars. I know, as many of you know, in 39, Poland was conquered by Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union. And in during that time, I'm sure many of you have heard about the concentration camps. Particularly, I'm gonna try and I'm very nervous and my face is super hot, and I try to write down notes to try and share with you a story, as well as kind of you know put it together with my background and everything. So just bear with me as this is a little tricky. But yes, so I'm sure many of you know about Auschwitz, which I am going to call actually Auschwitz is basically a translation of Oświęcim, which is in Poland. And I went and visited Oświęcim when I was around 18 years old. It was for whatever reason, growing up, I was very interested in both world wars, World War II, the history, the politics, and everything that happened to my family and the country. And so I strangely at the time requested that we go to Auschwitz, which a lot of people go to, and I think it's as dark of a place as it is. It's I don't want to say that it's good, but it's good to honor the lives that were lost. As some of you may know, in Auschwitz, there is Auschwitz I, which is basically just a lot of um, barracks, or bunkers, or whatever you want to call it. And essentially what it was turned into, sort of like a half museum, where they've turned these rooms into basically just showing like I took a lot of photos during that trip. Some photos you were not allowed to take, obviously, but there was like, for example, one room that had over 7 tons of hair, because of course, when people arrived there, they were shaved down. And so this Birkenau, or Auschwitz one, was basically, it showed a lot these shoes, which was really heartbreaking because you would see like children's shoes and women's, you know, like fancy wedges or heels, and these people had no idea what they were going into. And then there is a, not too far from Auschwitz one is Birkenau, which is where the gates of death, or the gates of hell, and basically it's that's where the freight trains would bring people to be selected as soon as they arrived there. The people that looked strong were sent to work. They were selected to like stay in the barracks, and the rest were sent to gas chambers immediately. So a lot of women, as well as children, because of their age and perceived weakness, I guess you could say, were immediately murdered. And it was just basically I wanted to share this story because I kind of wanted to, when I was there. Oh gosh, sorry, I just need a second, sorry.
Take all the time you need. It's okay.
I saw, it's crazy to see just on just how horrifying, and how large the scale was. Like, there were 4 gas chambers and crematoriums, and 90% of the victims that went to Auschwitz died in Birkenau, and that was probably, I think it was just over or around 1 million people. And to see these, I mean, the Nazis tried to destroy as much as they could when they fled the camps, in attempt to hide what it was that they did. But of course, not everything was destroyed. So to see these rooms where so many people were kind of put into, and like these gas chambers and these crematoriums, is just unreal. And I, like I said before, I took a lot of photos during that trip, just, to be able to remember. And I mean, I was 18 years old, I was really young. So looking back, it's a little disturbing, but at the same time, this is what so many people lived through, and what our families had lived through. And I just found it really interesting in a lot of the photos, especially in the large shower rooms or in the crematoriums. There are like, it's it's kind of surreal how many orbs you see. And I don't know if a lot of people, I know that there are some people who take photographs, and they say that it might be backscattered, like basically dust that reflects light from the camera. But many people also believe that they're spirits. And just, I've never seen anything like that before. But yeah, sorry if this has been all over the place. I'm not entirely sure. I mean, I understand why it's so heavy, but I've had great grandparents that went to the camps and lived through the war, died in the war. So yeah, I don't know how I just kind of got onto Ashwin, but I just wanted to share that, and how to this day, how dark um, it is. I'm just gonna stop talking, but yeah, thanks for letting me share. I hope that I made some sort of sense. I I guess I just wanted to sort of share with all of you. Um, but yeah.
For trusting us in this space. And I just want to kind of refocus that we're here to create healing so that you can release some of the heaviness from these stories. And so it doesn't matter if what you're saying is making sense or not to other people, but we're here to help you heal and to love on you.
Yeah,
Thank
thank
you.
you. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you for sharing. I know it's hard to share those stories, especially when it happened to our family, and initially, like it's intergenerational trauma. So we still need to heal from the things that our grandparents and our parents went through, and even our ancestors. So thank you for sharing that. And I see you, Sandra, and I hear you, and I'm so happy that you came to share.
Yeah, Sandra, it has a name. It's actually called epigenetics, and it's very real science. They have done the cherry blossom test on rats and found that it will go 3 generations. The cherry blossom scent was given to the first generation of rats, and then they shocked the rats. And then the second generation, they didn't shock the rats, but they had them smell the cherry blossom scent, and they immediately got uneasy, jumpy, out of control. All the way to the third generation did that happen, where they never got shocked, they never had any problem with the cherry blossom, but even the third generation knew that there was something wrong with the cherry blossom, that it meant danger. So even if this was your great grandparents, think about your grandparents having to deal with your parents' trauma, and then think about your parents having to deal with your parents' trauma. So all of that really does get compounded. And although it was difficult for you to talk about, I want you to realize and recognize that you were speaking for the voiceless that were there, that didn't have anybody else to speak up for them or talk about them. And though I know it probably felt macabre to take those pictures like you did, but I implore you to digitize them and keep them, because God forbid, like what's happening in Ukraine.
Okay, I just want to say that was my bad. I was trying to send hearts and I accidentally muted everybody. My bad.
Oh man, I thought we couldn't talk about Ukraine, which is totally understandable. But yeah, think about what's happening in Ukraine, where their buildings and their landmarks are being destroyed. And you, Sandra, have photos, actual film photography of all of these places, so that no one can ever deny the history of what happened, because you have your own photos to prove exactly what happened. So even if it feels weird or strange, there's a reason for that, and it's important to that. And those orbs are spirits. So respect that, because what you're holding is a very powerful photograph. And don't let anybody tell you otherwise. And when you came up to speak to us, you had all of your ancestors behind you, supporting you so you could speak. And just so you know, coming up to speak in these spaces, my heart is pounding. It makes my heart pound. As an introvert, this is not easy to come up and do public speaking. So I 100% agree with what you said, Sandra, and thank you for coming up and sharing.
Thank you so much for saying that. Honestly, it means a lot, and to everybody as well, for allowing me to share this story with all of you. Yeah.
Every time Bertha comes up to speak, I'm just floored. Thank you for coming up and sharing with us. And I also want to say, Mel got a chance to go to a Holocaust museum, and I never got the opportunity, but she took pictures, and she showed me this picture where it was shoes of all of the ones who were in the camp. And there were so many of them that I had to take a minute to just fully understand what I was looking at and understand how many people were affected by this. And I really appreciate you coming up and talking about it and having these experiences to share with everybody, because although we do learn about it, it's again not authentic, and it's not everything. And getting a chance to hear from somebody who stepped into those places, who understand the history, who have family that were affected, it's so important to get this story out, no matter how heavy. And that's exactly what we're here to do, is to share the heavy stuff and allow each other to feel each other's pain and work together through it. So thank you. Yes, this was such an important story to share, Sandra. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I literally could not, like, this would not be possible without everyone in this space. So I really appreciate all of you. I appreciate all of you for taking the courage to speak. I appreciate all of you for sharing your truth. I appreciate all of you for supporting one another. So we have a few hands up. Mel, would you like to go?
Um, I'll speak. I think it was Jess first. I'll speak
Jess?
after her
Okay.
because I'm
Sorry,
eating
Jess.
chicken gizzards.
Okay.
So,
Also, really quick, Sandra, I tried to send you a DM. I couldn't send it over because I'm gifting some NFTs to all the speakers behind the scenes. So go ahead and reach out to me. But Jess, go
Yeah.
ahead.
Oh, sorry. I was just gonna say, for whatever reason, I wasn't following you, so I followed you back. But
Okay,
I'll
thank you.
I'll DM you first, and hopefully that works.
Thank you. Go ahead, Jess.
Hi fam, kia ora. Can you hear me?
Hello.
Yay, hey.
Jess, nice to see you,
Hey
Jess.
sis. I just thought I'm just jumping up quickly. I just saw the space as I was scrolling through it. So I'm down here in Aotearoa, New Zealand, so I'm down the other end of the globe. But hey, have to show solidarity to my Indigenous whānau family on the opposite side of the equator. So I just wanted to just show some love, jump up here, say a big kia ora from New Zealand, a big hello. I've been listening in for maybe 20 or so minutes. And really I just just nothing important really, just a big hello. I see you and I hear you. Happy, what day is it for you, whānau? Happy Indigenous Peoples Day? Is that correct? Yep, if that's so. Happy Indigenous Peoples Day, whānau. I hope you claim all your power and stand tall with kaha, so with strength, and just seize the day, bro. Seize the opportunity. I'm mindful it might be a different time zone where you are. Might be evening. Sorry, it's 12:30 p.m. So it's about lunchtime here, and it's frosty winter day here. But nevertheless, say we up and we on. So yeah, I just wanted to pop in. It's at the moment here in New Zealand, we're about to celebrate our our inaugural, the first ever publicly mandated public holiday for Matariki. So Matariki is Maori New Year, which is being observed or celebrated on Friday, which will be, oh, I don't know about Friday. It's Wednesday today, which must be Tuesday for you fellas, right? So in a few days' time anyway, we're having our first, publicly observed public holiday. And you know what's interesting? I'm just going to go on a little tangent here. Is of course, you know, here in New Zealand, we're a very colonized nation down here. You know, and I just, it's so interesting to see all these happy Kiwis, you know, New Zealanders, whatever you, the notion you call them, you know, they're happy as to go buy Easter eggs and have Christmas, you know, celebrate Christmas. We have, we're still, you know, our sovereign, and I say that say that lightly. Our sovereign is still Queen Irihāpeti, or Queen Elizabeth, and you know the British Crown still have sovereignty over us, or governance. And so you know we have a public holiday on Queen's birthday, ruddy rah. But you know what, guys? The amount of just wild the comment sections of our, you know, our New Zealand Herald, you know, the news, you know what I mean, or the New Zealand Herald comment sections, anything to do with Matariki, you know, we're celebrating the Māori New Year this year. Oh my gosh, the comments are wild. It's just white fragility is everywhere. So just just really just take it all with a grain of salt. It's just I find it interesting, you know, they're happy to go and do a big Easter egg scavenger hunt. They're happy to go to the Irish pubs on St. Patrick's Day. But give us Māori one day for our Māori New Year. You know, we've been colonised for 200 years. We finally get a day to honour our New Year. And oh my gosh, it's a furore. In the comments, oh, they're outrageous. But, you know, oh well. Yeah. Sorry, I tend to ramble. I'm from a fairly new NFT project down here in New Zealand, the Trillionaire Thugs, and my thug fam know me. As soon as I get up on the mic, I think they go, oh, girl, here's this girl, this big mouth girl. But yeah, so nothing, no alpha to spread up here or anything. I just thought I'd jump up, say a kia ora, happy Māori New Year, and just, yeah, send love and light and kaha, strength, all from down here in Aotearoa, New Zealand. So I will try and keep, you know, keep plugging into this, because especially in this Web 3.0 space, it's time that we stand up and have our own voices. That's kind of why I'm getting involved in NFTs, because you got me fucked up if you think I'm going to let other people come in here and claim our stories and our data. No, we're not getting colonized all over again in the metaverse. We can do it ourselves, whānau. We can stand up for ourselves and our ancestors and be Indigenous and be proud. So yeah, anyway, that's me. Much love, fam.
All love to you, Jess. You're the best. Teach us the word of the day today. It's kia ora. Is that how you say
Kia ora.
it? Kia ora. Everybody, and what does that mean?
So kia ora in generally is hello, right? It's a greeting, but ora is health, well-being, wishing you well. So kia ora means basically, I wish you health and happiness. I wish you well-being. It's but you know, transliteration to English, it's basically kia ora, hello. Also a thank you. So yeah, here bro, here's $5. Kia ora, thank you, hello.
So it's kind of like saying like to your health, or like salud, something like that, you know, like
Right,
cheers to
right.
your health. Yeah, that's perfect. All right, everybody, that's the word of the day. In Maori, it's kia ora. Now we
Kia
know.
ora.
Kia ora. Kia ora. Thank you, Jess, for coming up here. You know I love your energy every time you come up. And you're speaking facts. We're not about to let them colonize the metaverse all over again. That's the quote right there, people. Let's just make sure they know. So thank you, Jess, for
Yeah,
coming up.
our
Appreciate you.
stories, our data, our NFTs, nothing. Yeah, it's time that we stand in our indigenous selves and just rise up. It's Indigenous rising, and it's our time, and it's now. So anyway, I have to go, fam. But much love. Have a beautiful day or night. Big loves from New Zealand.
I just want to,
Just,
before you run
Oh yeah,
away,
sorry.
I just want to do something really quick for you. First, kia ora. Hold on, my background. Aloha. Anyway, this is just going to be in celebration of your Maori New Year. All right, thank you.
Oh, love it.
And I wanted to say to you, Jess, if you haven't gotten on VChain, please check them out. We have so much fam in VChain that are all Maori and they're from New Zealand. And if you want to know anything about anything, they are amazing.
Okay, I will.
And kia ora.
Kia ora.
That's what I'm talking about here. We're all
Oh shit, we're
celebrating.
doing our calls. Allah bra ilo ilo, Allah bra ilo ilo.
Wepa.
That's what's up. I'm so happy that you guys are all sharing now. We're really enjoying this vibration. I got to drop down to listening myself, but you know I come through and I support all my indigenous people everywhere. So thank you for having this space and letting me come up to speak. Sending love to everybody everywhere, no matter where you're at. Thank you for taking the time with us all. Peace.
Beautiful, fam. So I will I'll try and follow you guys so I can hopefully tap in some more spaces that you may have on. Yeah.
I am so happy in this space right now. Oh, thank you so much for coming. I know Mel has her hand up. If it's just like a follow up to what we were talking about, please go ahead. But I also know that Victor had his hand up as well. So I do want to give him a chance to speak. But Mel, go ahead.
I just wanted to say real quick, Breeza, is that how you say your name? I forgot how you say it, and my accent won't let me say things correctly. But whoa, I mean, I don't really care. That's my accent, and I'm proud to have my accent. But anyways, Briza, if that's how you say your name, I apologize if I butchered it. But when we first met, I believe it was a space for women in Web3, and girl, I fell in love with your energy and your advocation, and it's always so powerful whenever you speak. So I'm really happy that you're here and I'm able to hear you again because I'm absolutely in love with your energy, and with your art as well. I mean, it's so powerful too, and I know that a lot of people try to like hinder away from that, but you're here. I'm sorry, my grandma's trying to speak to me, but you're here embracing it. And I have something to share, but I have to talk to my grandma real quick. But go ahead, Victor.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yes.
I originally came up because the conversation about Auschwitz and the Holocaust. Uh, I have um, I have family members that uh, were in concentration camps. My lineage is kind of all over the place, and I also have uh, I also have Hawaiian uh, family members. Cheese. Uh, it's so funny. When I shave my head. I've been to Hawaii is one of my the Hawaiian Islands is one of my favorite places to go, and I always get mistaken for being a native. I'm like 6'4", and I look like a giant Polynesian. I tan very well, but the topic about residual trauma, like we know that like our pets and animals um when we breed them, we get certain traits. But it's a funny thing, like we as humans don't see that um, our ancestors leave little information in our DNA, as a sign of as to protect us. If you live in an environment that has a lot of fire, etc., we tend to be worried about the flame and stuff like that. We don't know why that's the reason, so to speak, and stuff like that. So trauma that has occurred like 3 or 4 generations back can still be in our DNA, and we feel a certain kind of way without even realizing we do. And the young lady that was speaking about her photos that she took of the concentration camps, and she doesn't know why she felt that way. It's funny that we in today's society we don't acknowledge that uh, it the residual trauma that occurs, and it sticks. And like the thing is like parents pass those feelings along. It's like when somebody gives you off a bad vibe, it's like, and if it's constant in an environment you're in, genetically, like it transitions over to you, so to speak. And it's a real thing. It's a real thing, and I've seen it. I also have Native American, and I've like 15 years back, I was doing a lot of IT work for the Vancouver Islands, the Newhawk Indians. I spent a lot of time with them. I would fix their computers and stuff like that. But I would go to dinner to their houses, etc. And then you hear the stories of what occurred in the past, in a sense, and you still see those traumas in the kids, because they tell experiences of what they felt, and then probably I spent like over a year associating with them, and I see it on the young kids as well. Certain things that they feel that they can't do because of barriers that put in front of them. Like, here we go, colonization. You know, uh, we was made so you think you can't achieve as much as you can. Because that keeps you down, and it keeps you from uh, fighting back or speaking out, in a sense. And it's kind of sad that it's still 20 here we go, 2022. We're not as advanced as we think we are, and we still have a lot of growing to do. Those are my 2 cents. Did I lose anybody? I'm still there.
Thank you so much for sharing that, Victor. Sorry, I had to use the restroom. Um, you brought up a really good point, and Sandra brought up something too. Both of you brought up the generational trauma, and a lot of people don't recognize that actually lives in our ancestral memories on the outside layer of our DNA, and it takes 7 generations to change that outside layer of DNA of memories. So, thank you for bringing awareness to that. I'm going to bring Running Fox up. We're going to start our raffle. If anyone has any questions for Victor first, you can come up and speak. If not, then Running Fox will take over.
Thank you for sharing, Victor. And to everybody in this room, I honor what you say. It's important to talk about how we're feeling, and it's a healing process. The more we talk about it, the more we heal from it, and the more we can move forward. So we're gonna raffle off my NFT now. So thank you guys for entering it. Moon Deer, you're supposed to raffle it, so I
I
don't really
know.
know.
I'm over here like I'm gonna hand it over to them. Yeah, so we just got one last entry. Crypto Fringe is our last entry. So we have about 20 people right now. I'm gonna spin the wheel. Oh, I got another notification. Okay, let's see. now. Lady Hales, you won Running Fox's NFT. That's awesome. Congratulations. You can come up and speak if you'd like.
Is she in the space?
Let me look.
If you're in the space, please come up. If not, then we have to raffle again.
For real. I don't see them in here. Okay, we will do another one. If they end up being in here, I'll send them something, but we'll do another one. Let's see. Okay, I'm going to click the button again. Oriwa Mango? I don't know if I said that right. Oriwa? Are you in here? I'm looking around. Who? Odita, if you're in here, do some hearts. No one else do hearts, though.
I don't see them.
Dig. Okay, we'll do another one. Okay, let's see. Spinning.
Not me pretending to be the person who won because I do want it.
For real. Winona forever. Yes, you better be in here because I love Winona. Let's see. Winona forever. Where are you?
I saw her earlier.
Oh, Lord. Okay, I guess we're going to move on. Okay. This is
Nobody
important.
wants it.
I know. We're just reducing the
Like,
chances
I
of
want
winning.
it. I want it. I love
I
Winona.
want it.
For real.
We'll just raffle as speakers. No, I'm just kidding.
Next one was Web Girl. And I saw Web Girl in here. Where are you?
She's here. She's here.
Nice! Congratulations!
Yay! Congratulations, Web Girl. The NFT is called Four Sisters because it's represents the medicine wheel and the four directions and is sacred to our people.
So awesome. That is such a beautiful piece. And earlier we were talking about how there's a giant sunspot facing the earth right now, and you put the buffalo in that sun, and I'm like, it's connected. So totally synchronistic to our space today. Um, so Running Fox and Web Girl, you all can private chat. I saw that we had Queen of Verse with their hand raised. Did you want to share something? And we also have Melween too.
Hi, yeah, I wanted to also add on to uh the conversation. I just wanted to first of all thank you for having this space, and I just wanted to take a second to honor my two grandfathers. They so my heart is like pounding. It's hard for me also to talk about. My grandfather survived Auschwitz and Birkenau, and I'm very, very lucky that I did get to learn some of his story. And it was a big part of like my life growing up, learning about it in the education, and uh, some of some of that side of the family was also killed in Auschwitz, but he survived. And then my other grandfather on my mom's side was the only Jewish person in his unit of the army, and he worked to carefully get survivors extra food without hurting him at the end of the war when they were in displaced person camps. And I just wanted to take a second to honor them and thank you again for allowing us to talk about it and having this space.
Thank you so much for coming up to speak.
Yeah, thank you for coming up and sharing that with us, Queenie. I want to say that we do honor them as well. And it's I'm really happy that you came and you shared that with us. I know it's hard to share, and I hope that you share more as the space goes or in other Indigenous story spaces, because it's important.
Thanks again for like creating the environment that made me feel like I could come up and share about it.
I'm Mel. All right, Mel, just go.
Okay. Well, since we were talking about generational trauma, rarely share this because um, my great grandma, she went through World War II, and this was when we were occupied by the U.S. and the Japanese. Right after, after, one thing after another, and during the war, they would forcibly take our women and turn them into comfort women. And that was just a name that they titled women who were used for sex and labor for the soldiers that occupied us. And so my great grandma, um, and this, we lived in the mountains, like I've said, and you can just, you know, see how greedy these people are, because they were willing to walk up to the mountains to take our women and take our people. But my great grandma, um, she would tell me stories where the Japanese and the US troops would try to take her and some of our family members. And what they did was they would hide in our plantation, and they would dig a hole that could fit them just enough, and they would hide under that hole whenever US troops or Japanese troops passed by. And whenever they couldn't dig a hole or hide, they would take dog feces or buffalo feces and slather themselves with it, because the troops didn't take women that were, smelly or wasn't, um, to them good looking and all that stuff. And so in order to not be taken, my great grandma would do that, and so did my other family members. And so she was able to stay in the mountains and live through it all. And she rarely shares it because it it takes a lot from her. I can hear in her voice when she would share it before to us that it hurt her a lot. And it was a very traumatic event for her. And now, for me, whenever I meet new people or I have guests over that is invited by, a family member or my friends that I don't know, I get this very overwhelming feeling of fear because I don't know what they're capable of. And so maybe sometimes people think I'm snobbish, but it's also the fact that I am afraid of you, and I don't know what you're capable of because my lineage had to go through something with people that they didn't know. And it's also a belief in our culture that people carry certain energy and spirits. And if you just give your energy to people that you meet and you don't even know who they are, they could pass on the bad energy to you. And so I'm very selective with the people that I speak to, um, because I don't want to exchange energies with each other. Um, and so, I guess it all ties into just the trauma that's being passed on to us. And I try to work with um, meeting new people and being more open about it. But it's hard because you just have this unexplainable feeling of fear, and that maybe something could happen to you too. So those are one of the traumas that I would say um, have really passed on to me. um, and I also talk about the history of our chiefs getting taken and being displayed in a fair like animals, um, where people could pay and look at the little savages, as they would say. I'm scared of going to new places. um, yeah, I'm scared of going to new places. That's why I'm very homebody. And it's tough because as a young person, you're gonna be the person who's like, I want to travel everywhere, I want to see the world. That's the kind of attitude I have too. But you just have this fear of being in new places, and I can't understand why, because I love learning. I've always been about learning, but it's just that fear and that trauma that you get that just kinds of freezes over you, and you're just like, well, maybe next time. So yeah, and I wanted to share a little bit of history too with my people, which I'm taking the time right now to, honor them, because nobody really talks about them anymore. Because what Briza said earlier about how her people tries to presume the identity of our colonizers, that's what the attitude of my people now are as well. They would rather speak the languages and preserve the tongues of other people than our own. Um, anyways, during colonization, we lost our language. If you really look, there's not a lot of 100% Filipino culture, and specifically tribal culture, because a lot of that were erased because we were forced to assimilate with our colonizers. If there is not even a lot of 100% Filipinos nowadays, only those that have lived in the mountains that were able to avoid and evade these troops. And just a little bit of education for everybody. Um, when they conquered us, they eradicated our language, they eradicated our practices, our protocols, um, and now our people would rather want to be with the colonizers. And it's sad because growing up, I'm fairly brown, I'm fairly dark, and it's because I'm Aita, and we have very dark skins, and we have curly hairs, and I would get teased when I was younger because I was dark. Um, and it's so sad to see how the world has evolved, specifically with cultures that were colonized before, because our people were so used to being forced to be with the colonizers that they now have gotten that resilience that in order to survive, they just have to go along with it. Um, and it hurts because now who would care for my people if we didn't go along with it? Not a lot of people speak Baybayin, which is one of the languages that we've had. And you can barely learn Baybayin where I come from. I'm lucky enough that my family still spoke our native languages, but those aren't 100% languages that came from our ancestors. And anyways, when they came and conquered us, they took our women and they burned our villages. Um, and they would starve us. And this is in the effort of so that we say, okay, we'll do whatever you want. Take our land, take our people, take our spirit too. And my people did that just so I could be here, just so my generation could be here. And it hurts, and it sucks. And that's why it's very important for us to continue telling stories that are hard to speak about, because those are the stories that our ancestors had to face, and those are the stories that they didn't get to tell because they were forbidden. And I'm just so lucky and grateful that I can be here comfortably sitting in my home, my heart pounding, my face all flushed, just feeling the power of my ancestors with me and their words flowing through me, because it's important that we remember and we honor them. So, yeah, that's all I wanted to share.
I was trying not to cry and you made me cry. I don't know you, Mel, but I love you so much. You're amazing. All of you are amazing. Thank you. Kai, does anyone have anything to follow up with Mel before we move to Kai?
I'm so nervous about feedback, and that is why I was nervous about feedback. Um, I just want to, I know you're in the same room as me and you can hear me, but I just want to say thank you for feeling vulnerable enough to share that with us. I know it's hard. I know. When you told me, it was difficult for you. So I want to say thank you. It's a powerful story, and it's one that people need to hear. I mean, your grandmother was forced to cover herself in poo just to make sure that she could stay safe, and that's not an easy story for you to tell. And I know you feel it. So I just thank you.
Yeah, Mel. I know that we've shared conversations with one another about some of the things that we've been through, and you know, like, I'm really proud of you, and I love you, and I just want you to know that.
Um, Thank you. You know, I'm gonna go on a love fest here real quick. Indigenous having a project that is not a part of basically anything, and I'm gonna be really honest here, because it's Indigenous Peoples Day. It felt as if we were really outcasted. We didn't belong. We didn't belong to the hype. We didn't belong to being the money project. We didn't belong to, you know, some women projects. We were Indigenous. We were us. And it was hard at times. And Running Fox, Courtney, you were there to remind me at times where I felt so low. I felt so unheard. And you always reminded me that there are millions of women, of powerful women before me. And that had always kept me going. And I always think about it at times, not even in the NFTs, but in life, that I am here because of the women and the men who sacrificed and went through all of that just so I can be here. And I just wanted to say thank you to you. And I love you so, so much. And it really, spaces like this really helps a lot through my healing, because fuck it, I'm angry. I'm still angry. And I have the right to be angry. But I also have the right to heal. And that's what I'm trying to practice now, is to just heal, because leading with anger can only resolve into not a good leadership. So I just wanted to say thank you. And I genuinely say it. I love you. And I'm so happy that we've found each other through here out of all places. And we are all celebrating together.
I'm over here sniffling. The space has been incredibly healing, and I want to get to Kai. So, Kai, please go ahead, my love.
Oh my gosh, I love you guys so much, honestly. Dios mío. So I'm Kai, also known as Kaiwekini. I'm gonna honor today, as well as it being summer solstice, is the day of our people, the indigenous people. I honor all of you, all of my relatives, all of my guatiao. May we continue to honor our ancestors and be the voices necessary for change. And all of this, I've been sitting here since you guys opened this room and just listening and taking it all in. The stories have been absolutely phenomenal. So I'm going to just kind of go back a little bit. And again, I honor all of you, all of you. And it just, anyway. uh, we talked about some things in Brisa, down there. I love you because you mentioned the Mexica, Chicanos. Oh my God. So all of us, right? We have relations somehow, some way. When we talked about, or when you guys talked about the duende, the little people, I was like, oh my gosh, yes, on the islands, because the Caribbean has indigenous people as well, right? So Borican. We are talking about Puerto Rico. That's what the colonizers called it, but it's called Borican, okay? And we had duende, or we have stories of the duende. We talk about inside out clothing to keep bad and evil spirits away. Absolutely. My granny, my tata, she made me wear my undies inside out to keep away the evil spirits, okay? When it wasn't that, we would go to the ocean at certain times of year, and you had to walk backwards from into the ocean to throw like lime. This is my mom's side now. You would throw lime and salt over your shoulders so that you would get away from the evil spirits. There's just so many stories. I can go on and on about this forever. We also, in Borican and also in Icharanom, in Barbados, we also have the idea of celebrating our ancestors once a year, where we do leave out a plate of food for them, and we do light candles and we honor them. We'll even have their pictures up. And this is Dia de los Muertos, right? We don't, we in Borican actually celebrate it on the 2nd, not on the 1st. Because again, we're looking at the Gregorian calendar. We're not looking at our indigenous people and their calendars. We're looking at the Gregorian calendar, and it has nothing to do with our people. But when we are talking about how we relate, again, back to Brisa, yes, on so many levels we relate. And I absolutely loved hearing the stories because I could relate to each and every single one of you. From the wordings used, like duende, to the inside out of clothing, to the little people touching the cars, and so on and so forth. I mean, come on, people, we have Tupacabra that he brought out the whole talk about the chupacabra that we have in Borican. So yeah, this is just phenomenal. I love being here. And I'm just changing the energy just a little bit, not to disrespect anyone here, but to show you that we all can relate. And Mel, my heart is with you because like you, our people also those didn't have their language. It was taken away from them. It was taken away from them. And we are now learning and resurfacing and bringing back all of this language that we have, all of our culture, because we're still not written into the books, right? They wrote us out of the books. It's called paper genocide. But we stand here. Our DNA shows it on a regular basis. We stand here and we're able to speak and come to these spaces and make people be very aware of our presence, because I'm breathing. So therefore I am my ancestors. I am my people. So don't ever give up. I understand about being angry. You have the right. We all have the right to be very angry about everything that they ever did to any one of us, to include our Polish. My son-in-law, he's Polish. He has family that is sitting there and they're having these struggles too, like Sandra, like Victor, like Queenie. This is just, it was a genocide, the things that they've done to people, humans. okay? But Indigenous people, we're celebrating that today. And don't forget, Sandra, Victor, and Queenie, you're Indigenous too, to your country, to your tribe, to your relations. And we all are humans first. So I love this. I love that we're here and we're talking about these stories. And just so much love to all of you. Hahom, 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 mil veces, mil veces. Thank you.
You know, oh, this space and all of you are exactly the reason why I fight for my people to be here. Because I I felt so alone traveling through this journey and feeling like nobody can understand what I'm going through. Nobody cares to listen. Nobody wants to know. And I know that that's how a lot of Hawaiians feel because we're so stuck. We're on a small rock in the middle of the island, in the middle of the ocean, and we don't get a chance if we are not financially able to even leave that island. So we're stuck feeling like we have nobody to turn to and nobody to listen. And it's technology and this space and getting a chance to connect to other people without having to go anywhere. This is why our indigenous people need to be here, because it's these spaces that have helped me heal. It's these spaces that have helped me realize that I'm not alone, that I'm not traveling this road and doing this journey by myself, that I have others right next to me that I never got a chance to see before I made it here, that I never knew were standing by me and supporting me and holding my hand as I walk. So, this is why we need to be here, because it's not just about financial stability for our communities. It's not just about making money. It's about coming together and sharing our cultures and connecting with one another and healing as a whole. Because, like Kai said, we are all indigenous. At some point back in our history, we have all been indigenous people, and we tend to forget that nowadays, especially because we look at the color of our skin to determine who is indigenous, and we look no further than that. So we need spaces like this so that we can all come together and start to realize that indigenous people's rights and issues are not just for indigenous people to solve, it's for everyone. Because indigenous people did not ask to be put in this position, we were forced here. And the only way we can come out of this is with helping hands and people who truly care for one another and truly want the message out there. So this right here is a beautiful example of exactly why indigenous people need to be here.
I'm literally without words because it's powerful. It's powerful what all of you are doing. And it's, earlier, someone had said that, someone showed up with all of their ancestors, and truly all of us are surrounded. And it's a miracle that we're even here today. And so I'm grateful for each and every one of you. And if anyone else would like to come up to speak, you're welcome to request. You're welcome to just come up. If there's dead silence, I'm more than happy to share some more stories myself because I haven't really shared anything.
I want to hear one of your stories.
Okay, I'll tell one. So, let me think. Which one do I want to tell? Do you want a Sasquatch story? We'll do Sasquatch. So,
I'm here for it.
we have a few of them, but I'll tell one. So, I was with my mom and my sister. We were traveling to Vancouver, Washington. And along the Columbia River, there's two highways. So you can take the one that goes along the Oregon side and the one that goes along the Washington side. And we were traveling on the Washington side because we hardly ever drove on that road. And I remember it being the middle of the night because we were traveling for a surgery. My sister was having some sort of surgery in Vancouver, and so we were in this van, and I was in the back of the van with my sister in law, and she was about, I want to say like 13, I was about 15. And all of a sudden, we hear screaming in the front of the van, and we're just like, what in the world? Sorry for the train. We were like, what in the world is going on? Why is everyone screaming? So we look at the front windshield, and we see these two things crossing the street and then hugging the rock that was like there's a lot of like caves and stuff, but they were hugging the rock to make sure that we didn't hit them. And we were all just like freaking out. We're like, did you see that? Did you see that? Were they people? No, they weren't people. What were they? So there was a bigger Sasquatch and then a little one, and so they were crossing the road together, protecting themselves. But we were so scared that we just drove for 20 minutes, and then after we were far enough, we all got out and went bathroom. But I just remember being so scared and staring out the back window to make sure that it didn't follow us. But that's my mini Sasquatch story. Go
I
ahead,
would have
Myra
been.
Sunny. Oh, go ahead.
Oh,
Sorry.
sorry. No, I just wanted to say I would have been scared too. Like, yeah.
Oh, for real? I know when we finally stopped, it was just like, watch my back. If I'm going bathroom, make sure there's nothing coming up on me. But yeah, go ahead, Myra
No,
Sunny.
you're coming into the bathroom with me is what's happening after that. Like you stand directly behind me. Hold my hand if you can. For God's sake. But I just wanted to say all the horror stories, like I would have doped out immediately. I would have been like, no, I didn't see anything. I'm gonna go the other way. Um that's like there's no way. There's no way. But just I was crying earlier just because what everyone has been talking about. Um I don't really like talk about. Oh, I kind of do recently, but most of my life I was pretty quiet. I don't really open up that much because just a lot of stuff has happened to me throughout my life, and I'm really nervous right now. But a lot of things that you guys touched on with culture and the connections and things like that. I have a privileged upbringing in a lot of ways. I was exposed to a lot of different cultures. I'm super American, but I'm also Filipino. And my father is also a professor of Asian American studies. So I've had the privilege of knowing all the cultures, growing up around Latinos, Black, Ukrainian, Bosnian, Polish, you can name it. And I've gotten really close. I've made a lot of friends in my youth, just learning about the different cultures. And as an outsider in most regards, like I just always saw all the connections. There's all these common stories and insights and experiences that when I was young, I'm 37. So when I was young, there wasn't internet and there wasn't a lot of people openly talking about a lot of these things. So the things that I was learning, I was by myself, and it just drove me nuts that there was like genocides, there's, cultural erasure, there's all kinds of, and it's still going on today that people are just unaware of. And it drove me nuts just to sit there and be like, oh yeah, be a normal human being and functional and I've had a lot of spiritual experiences too, just inexplicable, weird shit happening at night. It's very similar to some of the stories that you've told. And I don't have anybody to tell about it. So I just sat there most of my life, just, yeah, sure. And eventually I would just mask. I just wouldn't be myself, and I would just kind of adapt to the situation, because that's just all I could do at the time, most of my life. And now that I'm trying to be more in tune with myself, there's just so much trauma and generational trauma, and I'm starting to see it with how I was raised and how my interactions with my extended family and other families in America. A lot of people think like, oh, you're basically white, you're American. I was like, I don't, I listen to like jazz and fucking, I eat all kinds of, I eat all the funky stuff, so I know a lot of cultures through their food because families shared with me, right? That's you eat home meals at a family's house, you get a lot of their culture. You're privy to a lot of conversations, and that in and of itself is a privilege. But I wanted to say, 'cause the reason I'm so American and I sound so white is because on both sides of my family, my grandparents didn't want to teach both of my parents Tagalog because they didn't want them to have an accent, and so I'm unintentionally very removed from my own culture. Plus, we're so colonized. We're all like most Filipinos are super Catholic. Even a lot of people in the Philippines are like zealots essentially, and they've adopted to the white Western culture, and they see that materialism and monetary as success, and it's I've never fit in with that, and so I was crying because I understand not being heard, not being seen, not being able to connect because you've been denied these things, and so the first, I just found myself in these indigenous groups, and when I've been listening so much that I'm just like, this is the first time that I'm like, oh, these people know what I've been experiencing my whole life. Let me see if I can learn from them, because I've never heard so many different people, different backgrounds, talk about things that I've experienced. I've just haven't found those people. Even in academia, it's mostly like cultural stories or mythology even. And so to hear all of you sharing your stories and all that stuff, it helps me heal too. So thank you.
Thank you so much for coming up, and I would love to hear your stories that you haven't told anyone. Also, Victor, I sent you a friend request to send you a PFP for coming up to speak. Just a reminder that if you come up to speak, you will receive a free PFP from me. So just make sure that you're adding this account. And go ahead, Mel.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that.
Go for it.
First off, enemy, it's been a pleasure to meet with you. We've spoken a lot of times, and our friendship has developed a lot. And I always say that your voice could be like an automated message in a phone, because it's always so enchanting. But no, on the real, um, it's hard, right? It's hard to be in a spot where people, not only you feel as if you're not being listened to, but people refuse to listen to you. And so I'm super glad that you were able to find a place that feels the same sentiments as you, and we can all gather and share each other's feelings and stories. And yeah, but I was laughing when Metzel, you were saying your story, because it reminded me of this story that my grandma has. So in the province, in the mountains, our bathrooms were outside. I think in English it's called an outhouse, but it's not necessarily a house. It's literally just like a bamboo contraption thing, and it was a hole under it, and you do your business. We didn't even have toilet paper, so we washed with our hands. We'd still do. I do. Um, and so we would wash with our hands in water and all of that stuff. And my grandma had to shit. And that's the grandma that everybody always hears whenever we have spaces, who's always cooking in the background. And she has to fetch water from a well. And this well is about half a mile out. And you have to go through land. And it's called cajon, which is literally boxes, because it's it's some sort of like a box. I don't know how to describe it, but anyways, it's far, and you have to go, and it's muddy, and the road is very narrow because it's dug out. um so she was getting water from the well, and she had to shit, so she was trying to hurry it up. But as she got into the well, Kalua, it's okay, baby. She got into the well, she fetched some water, and she has to walk back, right? She was walking back, and she told me that she saw a black figure by the cajon, by the grass and the wheat and all that stuff. And I swear to you, she said that she was so scared that she didn't know what to do, that she even thought about jumping into the well because she was like, I don't know what this is. It had no face, it had nothing. It was just like a black figure just standing there. And it was just her. And the thought of her she said the thought of her having to go and pass through that thing, and not only pass through it but have to shit outside knowing that that thing is up there. She said that she has never ran so fast in her life trying to go back home. But it was just, it made me giggle a lot because, like, if I was in that situation and I had to go to the bathroom and knowing, and I'm not even talking about like this bathroom has nothing, it has no privacy. Literally, it's away from the house so nobody can see you, but it has no walls, it has no roof, and it's literally just a hole and a bamboo, and you're just sitting there doing your business surrounded by wilderness. And I would definitely take a buddy. I don't care if they see all my glory, and the products of my glory, but you know what, it's a necessity. It's a necessity. So, if ever you're in the mountains and you see a black figure, just know that you have to bring a buddy with you, or that you're just going to have to run faster than the wind, because that's what my grandma did. So yeah.
I just, okay. This story is hilarious to me because I know Mel's grandma, and I just want to preface this by saying she is like the toughest woman. I mean, she heard an aswang and grabbed a machete and threatened the aswang. Like she is strong, and so to have her be that scared after seeing that figure tells you that that shit is scary. I mean, this woman took on an aswang with a machete.
Exactly. Like my grandma, she's not scared of anything. And she is a 4'9" Filipino woman who walks at a speed where turtles can go faster than her. So, like, imagine like a dwarf just a little bit taller, but she has the spirit and the courage like she's a 7 foot wrestler, John Cena looking woman. So just imagining her being afraid is just wild to me. And I know that if I saw it, I would have shit my pants and I would have jumped into the well. I don't care. I jump into the well and I just wait. I just float there until somebody has to fetch water again the next day. And then I come with the pail and I'd be like, ha, did you see the black figure? And now I have a buddy and I can go home.
I'm really happy that we don't live in the Philippines right now because I would be that buddy. And I know I'm 6 foot, but I'm a teddy bear. I can't. I'm going to be more scared than grandma. I will not have the will to threaten an aswang with a machete. That is not me.
I also wanted, I forgot to say that like one of the first creepy like cultural horror things that I learned of was the chupacabra. And like it means goat sucker if you didn't know. And I, like they used to be like, don't go into the forest because they're in the trees. I was like, oh. So I was like, when I was a kid, I was always looking. I was like, I'm not trying to get the chupacabra on me.
A real thing, man. Just saying. I really wanted to respond to Mel, if I could, about your story. First of all, outhouse, holy shit, you took me back. When I was living on the islands, that's all we used. But our outhouses had walls, had a top and everything. The top was made of like this the steel that they still use, the galvanized steel or whatever that they put on the top. And then you had the hole and you had no toilet paper. Yeah, so I know what that's all about as well. And yeah, gross, right? But hey, that was the culture. But at this point, when you were talking about the shadow, holy cow. So you reminded me of so many different stories. One more specifically, my mom's side, living in Barbados for a little bit. We lived on this hill called Melvin's Hill, and it's known in the islands and Boriquen, which is, again, Puerto Rico for all of those that don't know. And then also in Barbados, we knew you did not go out at night. It was like the unspoken word. Like, you would not do that because that's where you would have the most activity, the most spiritual activity. So it was known that everyone, you're in your house at a certain hour, especially if you live in El Campo, which would just be the countryside and the mountains. You stayed your ass in the house. You did not go anywhere, because lots of crazy stuff happens. Some people call them duppies, some people call them boogeymen, whatever. You just stayed home. Well, my aunt, the time had gotten away from her. I was young, probably about 4 years old. And I was walking with her down this hill, Melvin's Hill. This is where we were living. And our house was a wells down the hill. And then it was off the side of a bridge. So we had like an underpass underneath that bridge. And the bridge, it was just very crazy, not to, continue talking about the bridge, but there was several times where a bus would fly off of that bridge and into the house. But anyway, that's another story, digress. But as we were walking down the hill, my aunt and I, we're coming down, and in the middle of the road, and I get goosies every time I talk about it. In the middle of the road, there was this being, because I don't even want to say it was human. It was just a dark, tall, slender being that was just in the middle of the road, and it was right by our house where we needed to go, and our house was off to the left. My auntie stopped in her tracks and literally was like, we're not going to continue to walk. And I saw this thing and got immediately scared as a child, because I'm like, who the hell is that? Like, what is that? And it was like, I just knew something inside of me told me it wasn't human. And this thing looked like, from the distance, it looked like it had to be 8 feet, at least 8 feet. And it was just dark, shadowy. You couldn't see a face. You couldn't make out anything. And we had to be about, I would say, 100 feet from it. So we would have seen something, but like whatever it was just giving off this sense of like ominous, nefarious type energy. And like literally, we just stood at the side of the road. And on the islands, we don't have sidewalks. So if you stay at the side of the road, it's like the gutter, right? And we're literally standing in the gutter where all the poo goes, just so that we don't have to like walk down the road, and we're waiting for like a car or something to come by so that we can get some light, maybe to scare it off, whatever. And then like probably after about 5 minutes of just standing there in this gutter, we looked down and it was gone. And we like literally ran to the house. Now, running down a hill is not the best thing, because we slipped and busted our asses, but we got up and we didn't even care, and we ended up running into the house and closing down the whole house, like closing up everything. And yeah, that story kind of resonated with me, and a couple of other things that have happened on the islands and even in the States, that is just very similar. When we're talking about shadow people, that's what we call them. So
I have some shadow people stories, and you were totally bringing them out. I'm like, oh my god, I think I already told this story, but oh, I would literally be hiding in that house, even though that doesn't get rid of shadows sometimes. Thank you for sharing. Did anyone else have anything to say to Kai before we pass the mic over to Love Bunny?
I was laughing so hard because, like, I don't know what it is. Okay, I feel as if because we are indigenous and we're aware of our culture and our beliefs, we're quite sensitive. What is that? The word sensitivized? More sensitive. Shit, more sensitive to things like that because we're more aware, right? Um, but like if we weren't, I feel as if we wouldn't think twice about it, and then we just get mauled, and we're gone, and we're another case of gone girl, so I appreciate that part of my cultural sensitivity, because now I'm very wary of situations, um which is also why I have never seen a ghost. I've only smelled a swung and heard them, but I've never seen a ghost, and I try not to. I know some people go to the graveyard and haunted houses, and I'm like, why would you put yourself in that situation? Did you know that those ghosts can follow your ass? they don't stay in that house, they will follow you. And that is why I don't go anywhere but my home. Thank you.
Okay, but like, what about that whole incident that happened to us? We were still in the house. What ghost followed us?
You need to leave. I feel as if the ghost is
Wow.
attaching to you, because my whole life, I have never encountered, seen, felt anything. So it's you. I'm sorry, but it attached to you.
Am I the trauma? I don't think I'm the trauma.
No, you just need the machete. I'm just saying because I love that story too. Because machetes were good for everything, including ghosts. I'm just saying.
Doing that dance with it. Heck yeah, get out of here.
Okay. I was gonna go off on a tangent, but I'm gonna go ahead and let Toatsin go. Hello, it's been so long, love.
I was just gonna say that too. We always reconnect in these spaces. So real quick, I gotta give a shout out to all my people. I see Running Fox. I see Mel, Kaui. I see my worst enemy. I'm seeing a whole bunch of familiar faces and a lot of new faces too. So that's so exciting. Um, I think I honestly jumped up here, but then I was like, oh, I shouldn't have come up because the reason I requested to speak was my traditional urges were kicking in, and when Indigenous Legends was saying, I'm gonna tell you about a Sasquatch, I was like, no, 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 I gotta stop him, I gotta save him. Or them, sorry. And because for me, I started shaking. I ran to my phone when I heard that and requested. I was like, let me help you out. Don't tell this story. You're not supposed to talk about them. But I don't know if there's any other, real indigenous peeps out there like me that are hearing these stories, and I'm shaking and I'm like, you guys aren't supposed to talk about this, but y'all are brave. I could not. I mean, I have some stories, but I'm sorry, I can't say it right now. I'm too scared. But how is everyone doing? It's
I
so
was
good to
gonna
see
say to
everyone.
us that we literally tell these stories up in the mountains in the middle of the night. So we have we have years of taking part in these stories.
Me too, and that's why I don't want to tell it, because when you're trying to be quiet and you're paddling in your canoe through a lake and you don't know what's in the grass over there, but you're just gonna keep rowing, and your little brother's telling you the story of the shadow figure he seen the other night, but you're just gonna keep going, trying to get home. It's getting dark, I it's too much.
So I shouldn't ask my question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, blessings. I'm 33. I'm out here in Arizona, and I'm. I, I guess. You could call me a shaman. I'm doing some work, right? I see things, and some of the things you're talking about. I'm dealing with, shadows and entities, and they feed off. I was wondering if there are like many different kinds, because like the ones that I'm aware of, they're like archons. They loose you off of you. They take your energy, and they do all kinds of tricks to stuff. And it could cause a lot of havoc. And I use smudging. I actually love the Native American culture. I have a lot of friends. I begged them to take me to the reservation where the stargates are, but of course they refuse. I'm learning about shamanism, and I was wondering, like these shadow things are you saying that they're only negative? Can there be any positive to them? Because I don't know a lot about them. I know a lot about other things, but I'm just learning, and I know I need to do the shadow work, and I know you know what that is, and so I was just wondering if you had any thoughts on that.
I'd like to take this one first. So, yes, there are different types of shadow people. We have the shadow people that are spirits that are hidden in shadow. So those are typically ancestors. But then we also have the shadow spirits that were never human. So they are malevolent. You can feel the terror that they bring into the space. Sometimes only one person in a group can see them. So if that person sees them, they need to have everyone else around them so that they're protected. Personally, in my experience with a shadow person that wasn't human at one time, I had to have a bunch of people come to my home. They had to clean the home out. We had to take all the stuff out that the shadow people were basically like trying to gather around, and we had to bury it. And it was still out there, like trying to do stuff to us. So just be very careful with what you're doing.
Wow, I want to
And
follow up with something that's wild because I'm having a real serious thing going on here. I've used DMT, psilocybin, and I do it ritually. And I study hermetics. I'm a magician. I take alchemy, so you understand some of my knowledge.
mhm.
And a shaman that I'm working with told me I've opened up doors, and I'm feeling my power, but I'm not over. So anyway, the thing is now I'm seeing through the veil. Okay, so I have my third eye, my pineal, all my chakras are in alignment, and interesting enough that you said my son, started seeing me go through that. Sometimes people will try to keep you down from that ascension, and he just had to mention those shadow things, and they took control, and it was quite brutal, and I had to free him from that, and I certainly would tell people to be careful. But the thing I want to ask you is, I now have I'm followed all the time. I'm almost seeing like they're at night they're like animals. They see tigers and bears and the dragons and they're like almost like getting in my face, and they're slowly like in the last week they're just like really trying to get my attention, but I'm not getting a message. I know they're not out to hurt me because they could if they wanted to. I was just wondering if you've ever experienced something like that. I thought they were like little drones, but as they revealed themselves last night, it was definitely some type of, and you could just see them through the veil. They're opening the veil. I think there's a portal open, and they're coming through. I can see it. I don't know if anybody else can.
So, two things. I would highly recommend to not use your plant medicine for a little bit, because if you're using it ritually, which to me is you're using it very regularly, that's actually disrespectful to the plant. So you can actually create shadows around you from disrespecting that plant. The other thing is here we have people that do shaker dance. So they use smoke to dance and they seal portals. So if you can seek out someone to close that portal for you, then I would highly recommend it. And
Yeah, the
Watson, you
shaman
have
I'm
something to
working with
add?
just told me to do that. He's going to teach it to me. You're cracking me up. Blessings, man.
Yeah, Anjatoncha 33 rules. How are you? I hope you're doing okay.
I'm
But
doing okay. Thank you.
one
Blessings.
thing, yeah, one thing I wanted to also mention. If you want, you can slide in the DMs. We can talk about it privately. But one thing I learned when I was learning about my traditional medicine and our practices like that, um, you're you need to be really careful. And I'm sure you know this, but you just presented like a lot about yourself, and you just told us a lot about what you do and the knowledge you hold. And I think you need to be careful when you do that publicly, because you never know who's listening or what their intentions are. And I don't want to be all negative, but I just say this for your safety and in my beliefs is, when you practice sacred medicine like that, if you just throw that out there everywhere and let people know that everywhere, you never know what people will do to you. Because, there's good medicine out there, but there's also bad medicine. So just please be careful with your energy and who you talk about that with.
Can I just say
And
I
I
love
wanted
you
to,
guys? I want to say I
oh,
love you. Thank you. Good. I want to say one more thing.
I just wanted to say something as well. I don't know, am I if I'm being rugged, But just like she just said, please be careful, because you have to understand that plant medicine is a real thing. It's a very powerful thing, and there's few tribes that, or at least few people within tribes in our nation, we call them bihike, and you know, they are the spirit people. They're the ones that deal with spirit and how to interact with them appropriately. When it comes to plant medicine, especially when we're talking about any type of what they call in the US psychedelics, you have to be very cautious and you have to respect them. And that's what, you know, the host was saying. And to be quite honest, the energy, the energy that you're giving off, it's it's a different feel for people who are sensitive. It's a different feel. And this is why there's this disclaimer coming to you. So I hope that you take heed, because the energy that is coming off of you right now, as great as you are and that you want to be, it is coming off very differently. And people will immediately put up their guards. Immediately put up their guards. And I think that's what she was trying to say as she was telling you to be careful in who you tell this information to, because our ancestors do walk with us. They walk with us. And when they tell
Yeah.
us red flag, it's important to realize that something that you might be doing may have not been absolutely the right way of doing it. So please listen to
No, I get
the
you.
shaman.
I'm going to say this. I love you all. Look, you know, I'm a flawed human being, right? And I'm not trying to be, you know, sounding arrogant. I've been in a battle. This is a generational thing. And, you know, I'm kind of kind of concerned about, that's why I mentioned it. And I heard you guys talking. And to be honest, I've been attacked and put stuff on for so many years. So it's, you know, so I'm already used to that, but I get it, and I'm going to follow that advice. I've been my ego death was to shut up, okay, and you know, they basically put me face down, and I was told that 2 times. So I'm sure I'll get another one. Um, that's, you know, so I'm going through that, but you know what, you guys are 100% right. I that's why I'm seeking a proper direction, and I'm pretty good at following that. I'm, you know, a martial artist, a yogi, and many other things. And so this is just this is something that I didn't think I'd ever tap into, and you know, we're just in some strange times. So I want to thank you and blessings to you guys. And I don't take offense to anything you said. I happen to agree with you. I have a lot to learn. And, you know, I'm willing to go there and put in the work. And I need to be a little bit more cautious. Maybe a DM. I'm a little bit raw. Sorry. And thanks.
Seneka Kokona, many blessings to you on your journey.
So I will be doing distance healing for everyone in this space at the end. 33, if you are unable to attend, you can always just listen to the recording. My intentions will be to clear all of us of these beings before we leave the space. Also, I did send you a request to send you an NFT for speaking, and I see that Mew has their hand up. I'd love to invite them up.
Hi. Yeah. I love the Ascendant so much. Like, since I met them in this space, it's like it's just radically kind of changed my perspective. And so I'm like, about me, like I'm mixed, you know, in terms of race, but I have, from what I understand, a pretty strong amount of like Cherokee, and so I've been looking into, you know, my own roots. And I've kind of just, maybe I'm changing the subject a little bit, but I wanted to bring it up because I haven't heard much about it, and it seems relevant. It's I can't call it ghost stories, but I've definitely felt much more connected to my ancestors, and everything everyone's talking about is it seems so relevant to me. So I'm queer, and I've discovered that in, like, you know, Saraki or Cherokee, in the way of our people, we have it's, you know, it kind of goes into the category of two spirit, but they call it a seki, which means like strange, and it's just kind of how the culture, you know, responded to the presence of queer people. And there's all kinds of differentiations. Like there's Agayusti Adanta, which I guess means like has the heart of a woman. So I would identify like that, and I've been looking into it, and I've realized my practice and all of my talent, all the intuition that I have. I have to guess that it comes mostly from my indigenous roots because of all the memory from ancestors that have been doing crafts. There's so much intuition involved, like making basketry, and I've just realized, because also as a trans person, there's a whole other thing with glitch art, where glitch art is, and I feel like ghosts are just glitches, but that's like another thing. But glitch art is part of the trans experience, because we're breaking shit, because in ourselves we feel broken, and I'm understanding that what I'm doing is, it's basically just digital basketry. And I mean, to expand on it, I feel really all we're doing is digital basketry, like with the whole token, like digitized thing, and we're all in this matrix of all the numbers, the 0x or whatever, and everything's woven together like intentionally. And I'm getting kind of nervous because this is something I've been just developing in my heart for a while. I've been having dreams for a few months. Like my dad, he passed on, and he's the one that carries most of the indigenous ancestry. And I've had dreams with him, and he's like, he's not my dad anymore. He was just a dude just smoking cigarettes, hanging out, seeing what's up, and like showing me cool shit. And but they've been speaking, and they've been trying to tell me, like, because in the Cherokee people, they would, and mostly for basket making because of its cultural context, like that's something that the women would do. It's like a queer, so to be a segi and to do basketry is also a queer experience. And I'm realizing that this trauma, the memory is broken. There's a broken chain of memory for actually doing it, but within us there's a deep reservoir of joy for our crafts or in our traditions, because practicing it for generations and generations, it creates this rhythm that has created like a joy that we can actually draw from. And I know it's a little bit like a change of pace on what we've been talking about, but I just felt I wanted to bring that up. I'm not sure what else I could really say on it. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming up, Mew. I know that I've never heard you speak at a space before, and I love you. But I really believe in what you're making, as in being something that is woven by your ancestors, because there's a magnetism to it. There's depth to it. There's time and energy and spirit that went into making all those things. And so I'm just honored to know you and to have met you in these digital platforms. And to be honest, when you talk about weavings, I've done weavings to bring in people into my space. And so I don't feel that it's any coincidence that you and I have connected on here, and that
No, not at
we're
all.
constantly in each other's spaces. So I'm excited to not only be a part of your space, but to also learn from you.
Yeah, if you anything you want to learn, I'm literally, I just erased all of my files, and I'm just back to like the basics of what it is I'm trying to do, and I'm just really looking into what it means to apply these broken memories and to try to express them. And for me, I can't say like how important it is or not, but I know for myself it's definitely just kind of, it's just kind of like, it's like, I don't know the terms for when you're weaving, but it's pulling everything together into something coherent.
Watson, do you have something to add? Am I saying your name right? I'm sorry.
Oh yeah. Shoji To At In Oji. My
To
name is To
Atsin.
At In. Yeah. And I'm Gwich'in, so when there's a I always forget the English word, the AHTS God IN apostrophe. When there's an apostrophe in my language, it's like a hard stop. But Miyu, you speak so beautifully, and I think you have an amazing voice, and the way you communicate is so clear, and everything you said really does make sense. Even if maybe you don't feel like it does, it made a lot of sense to me, and I just wanted to send a lot of love your way. And um, if you'd like to, I'd like to talk to you again sometime, and I have a book I want to recommend you. But I
Yeah,
just wanted to say thank you for sharing all that, and that was so raw and so powerful. And I do have to jump off, but I'll be back soon. So I just wanted to say Masit Cho. Sanat Ethan Shalagnai. Thank you so much, and I love you so much, all my people.
Hahum, have a good night.
Aloha. Thank you for coming. It's been so nice talking with you again.
I love you, baby. I'll see you. I'll hear you next time. I've missed hearing you. We've always gone back way back, and I'm so happy to have heard you again. So happy Indigenous Peoples Day to you, love.
You too. Happy Indigenous Peoples Day. It's a good day to be Indigenous.
I love you.
Amen.
Uh, I love you too, Watson. Thank you for coming.
Victor, what happened to your dad? But I wanted to say real quick. Um, I don't know what it is, but is it just my people? But is it also your guys' people that our my uncles love sharing scary stories when they're drunk. Like whenever there's drinks
Oh
and
my gosh.
we're outside and we're the most vulnerable. There's a lot of coconut trees around, bats flying, crickets cricketing, and they're just like, "Oh, you want to hear something scary?" And you're just that little girl sitting by this drunk uncle, and then you're just like, "Not really, uncle. We're outside in the mountains, in the forest, and you want to say something scary right now?" And that kind of reminded me what Metzo was saying, that you guys were sharing stories in the mountains. I'm avoiding you. You already know. I'm not down with that. We can share stories in the city, during like in the AM where the sun is shining brighter than diamonds, you know? Not in the mountains. That's a no-no cuz I cannot run. And if we have to run, then I'm going to push one of you guys because I'm not dying, not me. Someone has to die before me.
Oh my gosh.
There's literally nowhere to run, girl. There's like 5 hours before you even hit a town. But no, we got our
No,
protection up. We got our protection up.
I wouldn't have even been out there. Why were you out there?
Picking berries.
Hell no. I'm going to go buy some berries. I ain't going to go
Some
out five
berries and
hours.
banana leaves. Why not?
No, just no. And Mel, yes, my whenever we would make emus, we have to stay up all night, and so we're outside. Oh, you hear grandma? We were outside, and we have this giant emu in front of us, and everybody is awake. It's the middle of the night, and my grandma, of all people, when we would do this when she was alive, would be the first one to initiate it, and she'd go, "Do you remember when I got pulled out of my tent?" And then all of a sudden, all of us are just knee deep in ghost stories and scared shitless at that point. And I don't know why they choose when we're outside in the middle of nowhere to tell us these scary ass stories.
Right? Like they're just super courageous. Like nothing's gonna touch them whatsoever. And for my family to be talking about aswang and skinwalkers and all of that stuff, especially when our house is made of bamboo, like it doesn't have any concrete, any like sturdy material. No, baby, it's made of bamboo and it's hollow. And like, why are we like in talking about these people when even where we're at inside our house, they could still get us like one kick at that bamboo door, we're gone, you know? So they're very courageous, at the very least.
I know that's what I was thinking earlier. Someone was speaking in the first like hour, and I was just like kind of reflecting on the fact that if you experience so many of these stories, you kind of become a badass like your grandma. And I'm like, yeah, like scary movies don't do it for me anymore after experiencing all this stuff, but I'm not asking for it to happen anymore. So
100%. My best friend, she's Peruvian and Mexican, and absolutely just will not watch any kind of spiritual, scary movie that has anything to do with like ghosts, spirits, culture. She utterly refuses to watch it because she says that, it's easy for them to latch on to her. So she will not watch anything to do with any of that. So I, my best friend is the exact same way.
and also, I would not hang out with Mel because I'm a medium. Spirits literally come to look for me. I would be like, I'm gonna stay over here, take the spirits away really quick, and come back.
We can love each other from afar.
Yes,
That's the only solution.
we were meant to love from a distance.
We can make it work. Long distance relationship. You know what? We're the epitome of it, Metzel.
Totally. But I'm still looking for that husband. But anyways,
So, on another level, you guys, even though we've been talking about spirits and whatnot too, we have to also give credence to the fact that there's more than just spirits that exists within this, earth. So, when we talk about these things, it seems like we are magnets for a lot of this stuff because of our history, because of our indigenous, backgrounds and so on and so forth. And I'm sure other people have experienced them as well. But, when it comes to what Mel was talking about, I think it was Mel Okawi that was talking about the horror movies. Like, I used to love horror as a kid, but I tell you what, once I started to have dreams that were kind of putting these bastards in my my dreams, that was a whole different story because our mind kind of like correlates certain things that we remember with particular dreams. And I will tell you that like Freddy Krueger and the fucking little Chucky doll. Okay, yeah. I had issues. And like I literally used to get up in the middle of the night, and so no joke, on a real note, I used to get up in the middle of the night after having fought with these things and have like scratches on my legs that wasn't from me, or throw up or something. So, I think that these movies and stuff, they do something to us, and that's on another level, but we remember them as being the Freddy Kruegers or the Chucky dolls, or the freaking Michael Myers or something. I don't know, but yeah, no, nope, machete.
literally. It's really cool, Kai, when you're talking about dreams, to me, in the astrology that I do, we believe that dreams actually live inside the internal organs, and then because the consciousness turns off when we sleep, it's releasing those memories from the organs. So you're literally having nightmares from the jump scares and stuff inside of your body.
Or even the food, right? I mean, because think about that. Like when it ferments in your body and you're going to sleep, and let's say that you ate too late, like we really try not to eat past 9 o'clock because that food will just sit on your stomach and ferment. And then all that gas is being released into your body from a physiological level that causes you to have these really crazy, vivid, cray cray dreams. So, yeah, I totally feel that.
I'm not gonna lie, guys.
You
All
and your
this like
chicken. I
all
just thought
this
about you and your chicken, Mel. I'm sorry.
I'm telling you, all this scary talks, my armpit is wet. I am scared, girl. A lot of gases has passed. Let me tell you that.
Oh my god.
It's funny about the scary. I love horror, everything. But when I was a kid, it scared the shit out of me. But the funny thing is, I always have crazy dreams. They're like, you're like in real life movies, right? And like a lot of them I die, or I'm being chased by like some crazy creature or something that I can't see. And but like now I love horror movies. I think it's mainly because now like I know that there's real shit out there, and then movies are just like, yeah, it's just for fun. But yeah, it's kind of the opposite of what you just described.
I know this isn't exactly the same as what everybody's been talking about, but I cannot watch snakes or anything snake related before I go to bed because I will for sure dream about snakes, and I have this irrational fear, and I have never shared this with anybody but Mel, so just hang in there with me. I have this irrational fear of snakes basically butt fucking me, like going up my butt. I can't tell you why, but like I do. And it's irrational. And I just watched this video the other day before I went to bed, and it was snakes. And I swear to God, I had a dream where I was being chased by snakes. I was surrounded by snakes. I was hanging on to this tree going, no, it's gonna butt fuck me. And I just can't. So, like, I resonate with the not watching anything before bed because I just can't watch snakes. It's just not, it's not it for me. But sorry for the too much information. But yeah, I resonate.
Len, what the fuck? I literally got up to change my shirt, and as soon as I got back, I heard butt fuck, which obviously got my attention. But like, what the fuck?
Don't act like you haven't heard this story. I woke up crying and I told you the snake was gonna butt fuck me.
That's really funny because to me, the snake is like a healer. It's too much. Go ahead, 33. Or Sandra. I don't know who raised their hand first.
It was
Hey
Sarah.
guys, listen, I just want to say, I'm really enjoying your podcast, and you know, sometimes it's interesting. Most people don't like actually like come at me and put it like something. I don't know. Most people don't have that. And you guys and all of you guys and I actually appreciate that. So I've been pondering that. I just wanted you to know that I take that seriously, and I would love to kind of talk privately. But it's a great show. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you for being here. Thank you for being open. And yeah, we have Indigenous women up here. They're going to tell you how it is.
I did want to like I did want to say 33 rule. My great grandma, she's a healer, an albulario, a witch doctor. Um and she used to heal a lot of people, but she never passed it on to her children because she takes on the energy and the sickness that the people go to her for, which made me very worried for you when you started talking about your experiences, because there's a reason why she never passed it to us. And it's also very scary as well, because if it's not practiced well or done correctly, you could tap into spirits that are not as friendly, which is then the hardest part, is how to cut off that connection with them. And so I'm really, really hoping that you find the right person that could, guide you and help you out, so that you don't long anymore experience the stuff that you're experiencing, because that's a trip, man.
I'd just like to say thank you. Look, I'll just say briefly that since I was fractured as a child, okay, certain abilities that I've had, my mother passed in 19, and things really changed. And I just kind of used that to open up that pineal gland, which they've been working really hard to keep everybody sealed, and that I've always known, right? And so, Lord, keep it short. When you awaken and you really understand that, there do things, other things, hurt people you love, and you actually, like those emotions that you think you have, sometimes they're not, and how they can control you and energy. It's just, it shocked me. And so, I was told by the shaman that I'm definitely not a fool, and I appreciate that. And that's why I kind of blurted some stuff out, because you know what, I'm like, listen, I'm a martial artist, a warrior, But the stuff that I'm seeing, I'm like, whoa, man, I don't know what to think. So that's why maybe I came off a little bit. But yes, you're right. And you know what? The more you suffer, the more, and I'm an empath, so I take on people's, and that's why it's hard for me to be around people who are suffering because, I'm just too sensitive. So I understand what you're saying, and I really appreciate the time that you've given me. Bless you. I love you guys, man.
Yeah, 33. I wanted to add too because you are an empath and we tend to take in spirits into our bodies. I would also suggest you do center ahead. So pointing your finger at the front and back of the center of your head, and then picturing that in your mind. And then you create a door. And if there are any other voices in that center of head, you push them out the door and you close the door. And that may help you center yourself when you're working with these different energies.
Sandra.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm actually reading that Don Juan series, and it's quite fascinating. Hopefully, I'll get to the second book soon. Thank you so much for having me, man. You guys are great.
Hi. I just have a quick question. I'm curious because we were just talking, or I was listening to you all talking about how you have like this aversion to, horror movies and how it can sit with you. I would like to think that I'm pretty intuitive. I'm very, I can be very in touch with my emotions and how it is that I'm feeling. And I try my best to protect my energy. And I was just curious what your thoughts are on not necessarily horror movie, but darker art. As you know, Mel and Courtney, um, I'm very in tune with my darker side, and I feel like I need to balance both of those sides in order to live a more fulfilling life, especially with the struggles that I've had in the past. So I'm just curious how you can, differentiate that negative energy from everything else, and how you feel about embracing darker aspects of yourself, without, I guess, overstepping. I hope that makes sense.
Perfect.
Go ahead, Mom.
Well, I was gonna say first, you know how I love your art and the embrace of darkness, because not a lot, like I've always said, not a lot of art does that. But in my opinion, I think that because you've done it, you use those colors with pure intentions, right? So there's nothing really wrong to it. um but I would say with a horror movie, some of them are actually shot in places that are haunted, and that can reflect to the people who does see the movie, and basically pass on and all of that stuff. But with your art, you're doing it with purity and with good intentions, and that's what matters, right? It's all the energy that you put towards in it. um and we can all see how much detail and work and love you put in your art. So yeah, and I know that Mitzel has um, some great things to say about this.
Yeah, thank you for sharing, Sandra. So when we're creating things with our hands, we're using our hand centers, and we can be channeling energy into those objects. So I create different objects and stuff with my hand movements, and basically I will do a hand movement to charge an item, including paintings, candles, oils, sprays, everything. Even food. When we're cooking with food, we charge our hands up and then we put that good energy into those things. So if you're doing something like that, then it's beautiful. If there's art that has a spirit attached to it, including digital, you can always do a reversal for like with energy. So we do like four counterclockwise motions, or you can draw the cross over it, the ankh over it, and seal it. Um, and then that way, those energies aren't affecting your space, they aren't affecting people around you. So I'm wondering if that helps you, or if that answers the question that you posed here.
Yes, I am curious to hear. I'm sorry, I've never pronounced your name out loud, and I was wondering if you could help me
Yeah,
pronounce.
yeah. So Metzl
Me-
in Nahuatl, Metzli is the moon, and we never take the name of the moon because the moon will get jealous and do some shit. So Metzl, Mazat, and Mazat is deer.
Metzel Mazat.
Perfect.
Perfect. Okay, awesome. And then I think Cowie. I've never pronounced your name either. I don't know if I did that properly. If you could help me out with your name.
No, yeah, you're pretty close. It's Ko'i, so you just add like a hard stop in there.
Cowie.
Yes.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. Okay, I am curious to hear your thoughts as well.
So, as an artist, I tend to shy away from creating dark things. And this was instilled in me by my grandma because she told me when I was younger that by creating these darker images and these horrific pictures, as she used to call them, we're inviting anything attached to the symbols that we're using to be present with us at that time that we're creating it. And so I tend to shy away from doing any kind of dark art. Only recently have I started exploring it, very hesitantly. But I really appreciate when an artist can get into that darker side and display what I'm scared of displaying. So I really appreciate when you go in and you take those darker aspects and you use those darker colors and you represent these emotions, these feelings, these symbols, and things that I wish I could, but just for my own sake, I can't. Um, and I want to touch a little bit on how I differentiate what is kind of dark and a no no for me. Anything that represents something that I do not want to encounter is something that I will not create because I'm offering for it to be here and be present as I'm creating that symbol of them. And so I kind of stay away from anything that I personally would not want to encounter. Um, so that's how I kind of do my art. When I go into the darker side, like I tried recently, um, I do my best not to represent any kind of symbol, being, dark entity that I already know is out there. Instead, I try to create something different so that I'm not inviting anything that is already here on this plane with us to be present with me. And I back this story up with my Hawaiian culture. There's this place in Hawaii where they put on a haunted plantation every year, and prior to this plantation starting this haunted exhibit, it was a normal plantation. And after having it run for a few years, it has become an actually haunted location with actual stories and evidence of beings being there. And my grandma sat me down one day as I was super excited to go to this plantation, and she told me that she did not want me to go because I am basically inviting the spirit, and I'm getting chicken skin right now. I'm basically inviting the spirit to be there with me, and I don't want them to. So that's kind of how I differentiate when I do my art. Is if I don't want you to be sitting next to me as I create this piece, then I will not create it.
Kai.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't want to just go. But Okay, so I'm a little bit different when it comes to this, and a lot of it is because of, I guess, my neurodivergence. I'm kind of like free flowing when it comes to these things. Uh, when we talk about art, I feel like there has to be a balance. And if this is a part of who you are and your only way to express it, I feel like you should just be free with it. However, um, you will get a sense of what, and at least in my experience, you will get a sense of what needs to be put away and what needs to be brought to light, if that makes sense. I know for me, I go through a lot of trance drawing where I completely just lose any notion of where I'm at, what I'm doing. I'm just drawing and it just happens. And there's been times in this space, even not here and now, but in the Twitter space where I have gone through that being in a room. And all of a sudden, I'm getting an image, and that image is demanding or compelling that I draw it. And then I have to like ask, like, dude, like what's, what is this? But I get a sense that it's not something that I need to either discuss or bring, like I won't post that art, if it makes sense. Because it's just not, it's not meant to be posted, if you will. So, there's within you, there's that ability. Within all of us, there's that ability to know what should be out and what shouldn't be. So I would say listen to your intuition. And if you're asking the question or posing the question, then that means that you probably are hesitant about listening to your intuition. Listen to your intuition. It's going to let you know what things are okay and what things are not okay. And you can still be fluid because you need to have that balance. And some people do need to have that balance. And it's okay. But just know that you need to listen to yourself. If something doesn't feel right, don't put it out.
Go for it, Court.
So, first of all, I love your art. I love my sprite. And what you create is really beautiful, and you take so much time and effort into every detail, and I know it drives you crazy if you don't get it like perfectly. So that speaks volumes. And I also believe like art is like medicine. I think it's very healing. And so whatever you're feeling in that moment, you're expressing, like you could create something dark and beautiful and put so much love and effort into it. And or you could be sad and create like your emotions, and that's okay too, to me. And so I just wanted to say that, like, I think I think art, all types of art is acceptable, except if you're gonna be like evil. Like what I'm trying to think of a word to describe it. Um like if you're trying to be evil. But
And like the
so
intention, like if the
yeah.
intention is to be harmful to someone or, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. But I don't think that you are, and yeah, I just wanted to say that.
So I just wanted to say thank you to everyone who shared. I totally understand where everyone's coming from. I was I was curious how it is that you all felt individually when you see this sort of art. Like I know for me, there's never any like nefarious intention when I'm creating. Usually, it's just an outlet for me and something that what I'm trying to create is, what I'm trying to make people feel is something that they wouldn't normally feel on a day-to-day basis, and it's not necessarily um, you know geez, what's the word, it's not, like I said, nefarious, but more so, gosh, I'm having a brain fart, I
Raw,
guess.
organic, maybe, it can connect to every aspect of a person, emotional.
Yeah, like a more visceral reaction to something, and it's not like I do illustration. I do a lot of line work and things like that. I know that I use a lot of symbolism, but the symbolism that I do use, I have an idea of what it is, but I don't. The energy that I put behind it isn't necessarily what it might represent. I know, and the reason why I ask is because there's so many artists out there and painters who create things that are a lot darker. And I'm not talking about gore or anything like that. Like I'm not even. I don't think that I could ever, create anything like that personally. But I know that there are a lot of artists out there that create darker and ominous art, or something that they would say is from a nightmare, for example, but they don't do it to put out any sort of negative energy out there. So oftentimes they don't know why it is that they do it. But I'm just curious if there was any sort of um, how do I explain this?
I think it's honestly, Sandra, and this is just my personal opinion, and I don't want to step on Brisa because I know she's probably going to have something to say about this, but I think it's perception. How is it perceived in some degree as well, right? Because I can tell you that even within my indigenous culture, there is art that we have that to some, it would be perceived as, evil or barbaric or savage or whatever, but it is like sacred to us. So again, it's art. And I think with Running Fox, what she said, it just makes so much sense because it's really about perception. Who's perceiving your art? And there's going to be a piece that you do that's going to resonate with someone, no matter if it's dark or light or whatever.
That was very well said, Kai, and it's nice to meet you. And I love everything that you said. And Sandra, I'm a patron of the dark arts. I think that dark art, you cannot have light without having dark. And I would implore you to look up the folklore legend of Santa Muerte. There is a story in Mexico about Santa Muerte, which is literally the saint of death. And this deity that they have is so famous in this plaza in Mexico that different cartels will battle over it and steal this deity, steal this statue, just to say who has control, the most control. And whoever has this Santa Muerte with them, they're the ones who lay the law and make the land. And a lot of people would think like, why would I want a saint of death? Why would I want to do that? And the reality is the perception. It is the perception of how we perceive it. For them, it is like having another god, a patron saint behind them to protect them no matter what, that they don't have to fear any death. And for myself, a lot of my art on Tezos is very, very dark, very disturbing to people. And to me, it's just a release. It's something that I visualized in my head that if I didn't get it out, I didn't know what else I was going to do. And Kai said something really important. You don't have to mint everything. You don't have to post everything. Sometimes you need to get the art out on paper and leave it there and leave it on that page so that it can stay there and live there and be released from your mind. So don't feel compelled, to share everything that you make, because sometimes you're a conduit. And sometimes your body and your wrist is just getting it out so that it can be released because it needed to go somewhere and you don't need to hold it anymore. And now you can let it go. So don't feel like there's anything wrong with you. If anything, it's a gift because not everybody has the strength to be able to open these doors and then close them. And that brings me to 33 rules, because I also feel like I need to talk to you too. I was outside on summer solstice, putting my hands in the dirt, listening to what everything was talking about, what everybody was saying. And I think you really need to be careful when you are using the word shaman, because that in itself is already putting you in a different position. And if you're coming into Twitter spaces asking for advice and help, that's fine and that's good. And I applaud you for doing that. You might want to say you are an apprentice to a shaman, because sometimes when we open those doors, those spirits will come and find you for those reasons. Like, oh, you want to rock with the big boys, huh? You want to come with us and you really want to open those doors and play ball? All right, we're going to play ball. And you need to be careful because those spirits can also follow your family, like your son. So you really, really need to be aware of like the terminology that you're using in any spaces, because these spaces are like Celestine prophecy here. We are starved for attention and connection and spiritual guidance, if you will. And so to be in here and be able to share so freely and openly, it's very powerful, powerful stuff. So I just want you to just kind of like reassess and really take in what everybody has said here today and take it to heart to think like, is that really the title that you want to carry? Because not everybody can do that. And doing ayahuasca and doing psychedelics is very trendy right now. A lot of people are throwing around ego death because that's the fucking buzzword right now. But if you really, really knew what it meant and what it was, we would all be a lot more humble and a lot more quiet and listening to everyone and what they're saying. So with that, I applaud you for coming up and asking for help and guidance. And same with Sandra. Dark art is a release for people that needed to see whatever imagery that had been haunting them and say, oh, I'm not alone. There it is too. This person was able to put on paper exactly how I felt. And one last thing that I'll say, a great example of that, there's an artist called Miles Art on Instagram that does these amazing, really deep, powerful paintings. And one of the paintings that he's done is called Grieving. And it's literally holding a body that is melting into their own body. And it's such a powerful, beautiful, deep, moving piece that when you go into the comments, people are spilling their stories of what it reminds them of people that they have grieved in their life, just off of this one image, this one dark, sad, despairing image. So many people can connect and identify with that. And that is the power of art. That is what we as artists have got to do, and not be afraid to do that. But at the same time, be able to close those doors and then say, hey, okay, I did my work, I did my piece, and now I can let this go and move on and let more frequency and more abundance come into my life now that I got this out. That's all I wanted to say. Kai, it's so nice to meet you. And Mel, I love you. I love you. I
Can I
wasn't.
just answer one thing? I just want to say
Love
something before
you.
you run. Okay, just one thing. Thank you so much. Look, they attacked my son. This has been a battle, and I know I'm in over my head, and that's why I spoke out. Because, look, this is not an easy road to go down. I mean, I trust the person that I'm working with, and I don't claim to be a shaman. I do claim to be a magician, a hermeticist, and an alchemist. And look, and I own my sovereignty, and I make sure that anything that comes in contact with me, and I'm just saying, look, I'm trying to learn everything I can, because I didn't choose this path; it chose me, and so I didn't mean to come across that way, but I watched my son have 7 seizures, and I saw like those shadows coming out, and it was quite something that I didn't know who to speak to, and so I've been trying to seek proper counsel. And I know I opened up doors, and I don't know if I necessarily want to shut them. And maybe I become a little arrogant because I'm winning, and and like someone had told me, that can feed your ego, and they're always waiting for when they can take advantage of that. And so I really, really appreciate you. I mean, listen, I don't really say this much, but you're as real as they get. I really appreciate you having the. I spoke with the thing off, but I just wanted to say that that was very powerful what you did, and I want to thank you. I've been through a lot. I don't know if you heard the part where my son had 7 seizures. They were in him. It's been an ordeal for over a year, and I'm winning finally. And now I get I might sound arrogant, but I'm in over my head, and it's getting weirder by the day, and I need to close some doors. So I appreciate you having just more than most people would, just say, listen, man, you better watch yourself. And you're right, because of this type of attitude, more are coming, and they're testing me, and they're trying to freak me out. So I thank you for your love and your concern.
Mel, go for it.
Well, I just wanted to share this because 33 might be able to um, relate, but I've never actually said this on Twitter. My heart is pounding. But Ko'i knows about this. When my dad passed, before, I had a month that as soon as I wake up, I thought I'm gonna die from a heart attack. And it was, sorry, and it was so bad that I couldn't function. I couldn't go to school. I was a senior in high school, and I couldn't get up. At the whole time while I was at school, I'm gonna die from a heart attack. And at first, I thought it was panic attacks because I have really severe anxiety, and even if my head just starts hurting, I'm already like I'm gonna die. But I will never ever forget. For a whole month, I thought that I was gonna die. The very first thing in my head was I'm gonna die from a heart attack. And my left arm would start tingling, and my chest would start hurting a bit. And it was after that month I got a call from my aunt and my mom, and they're in the Philippines, and I live here in the United States. And they were like, call me as soon as you wake up. As soon as you wake up, call me. And I already knew. I already knew that something happened to my dad. And I already knew that it was something that I was feeling. And as soon as they told me that he died from a heart attack, I fucking froze. Because I felt that shit for a month. And I'm telling you guys now, and I'm like really cold, and I'm shaking because I felt that. And it was so scary. And and Kalena can attest to this. But for a long time, I've been feeling like my left side has been very weak this year. Like I would always complain that my shoulders hurting, my left back is hurting, and I always tell Kawi, I'm like, this is it. Like something's happening to me. And in January, my aunt had a stroke, and she was a close aunt to me, and it's scary. And I don't acknowledge it, and I could easily be like, oh my god, I could feel what others are feeling before it happens to them, but I don't want to, because just talking about this right now is making my body extremely cold, and I'm really scared because you can feel what's going to happen to people and how they're going to die and how what they're going to experience, and I don't want to fuck with that. And I don't know if it's my grandma's fucking being an albulario, or a healer that has passed to me, but that shit is scary. And that's why, as soon as you started talking 33, I immediately messaged the group that we have, an Indigenous Peoples group, and I said, you have to be very careful because it's fucking scary. Like, I'm frozen right now. I can feel my feet being so cold because it's so scary.
I'm sorry I brought that out. Look, you know, it's I've gotten this really strong, attachment to the indigenous culture for a long time, and I'm in Arizona, and I was told that you know they don't take kindly to people who think they are what they're not. So you're right, and that's why I knew you guys were like, you better be careful, man. And it's like, but there's so many different things that are going on, and I didn't like. I'm not messing with them. It's almost like this is a family thing. My father was a yogi, an occultist, and so this is a family also, and I'm sure you know about the Tartars, so I'm a Tartar, so there's generational stuff here going too. But thank you, and I'm so sorry, and I send you blessings and love.
No, don't apologize. All I'm saying is it's scary, and we need to be very careful because, like, like I said, I feel this shit. And my personal thing, even if I could venture into something like that, I choose not to, because I choose not to feel the same thing
You- Can,
that
can I
others
say this?
feel.
I'm going to say this. I was asked that same question by the person I'm working with, and I said, "This is only thing I have to live for." So I don't have any fear. I've suffered all my life. I've been successful. I've been done many things, and this is what I need. This would be, you know, satisfying to me. I raised my kids, so I was built for this. So I didn't mean to come across like arrogant, but I'm sure the direction I need guidance, and that's why I'm talking about it, because I'm constantly under attack. That's why I protect myself. So anyway, I'm so sorry that I brought that up, and I love you all for just talking to me about it. Thank you.
33, can I say something to you if you don't mind, my dear?
Yeah, sure.
Um, the only thing I would say to you, and this is what I'm getting, and I see the hands, and I'm so sorry to the host and the co-host, but whatever is on my chest, I'm just going with. It's my gut. I will say this. What I'm getting is, please be mindful. Be mindful and ground yourself. Pay attention to the quiet that is within you as well. Be mindful with your words, because your words and some of the words that you're utilizing also are bringing negativity. And the reason why I say that is because the terms that you're using, like occultist and so on and so forth, they carry a weight with them. They carry a energy with them. So I would love for you, and this is just whatever, for whatever reason that I was getting this feeling as you were speaking, you need to, sit in silence with yourself. Sit in silence with yourself. Allow your energy to not be so chaotic. Allow your energy to come back to its center. Ground yourself, okay? And things will happen the way that they need to. But your energy is very, very chaotic right now. There's a lot going on, and I get it. I get it, but you have to ground yourself. You're not doing that enough, and that's what I'm getting. It's so bad that I got a headache, like literally in my temples, when you're talking
You're
about the
right. You're right.
terms and the different things.
Yeah,
Like
I've been at
it's
war. It's a constant
ground,
war. You're right. You're right.
ground,
I'll work on it.
ground, ground yourself. Ground yourself. Ground yourself. Be silent. Be still, and these things will come to you the way that they need to. If this is truly what you feel that you need to do, then it will come to you in the right way. But ground yourself, please.
Promise you.
And that's
Thank
all I
you.
have to say.
Thank you so much. And I'm sorry I monopolized so much time. I appreciate you all.
I just wanted to hop in and say, Kai, 100%. I as well got a very, very strong headache right in my temples. And I can't bring myself to talk about anything that's been shared regarding any of that, because I believe in energy exchange, and that is just something that I am unwilling to participate in. So I'm so sorry. I just cannot talk about it. But I wanted to bounce back to Mel. And I wanted to say that, she displays such strong connections, and it at times can be very overwhelming. And it's so strong that simple acid reflux in her grandmother, and Mel is feeling it, and she'll go to her grandma and she'll talk to her, and then she'll help her out. So she not only predicted basically what was happening with her aunt and her father, but she can predict when anything is going wrong with anyone that is close to her. When her grandma is sick and she's not sharing anything, she hasn't said anything yet, But Mel will start to get what she believes to be anxiety attacks, panic attacks, and she'll start feeling certain pains and certain emotions and feelings in these different areas. And she'll go and she'll talk to some of her close people, like her grandma, her mom, and they'll be like, well, yeah, I'm going through this right now, how did you know? And so she's accurately predicted so much within her own little family that it scares her. And that's why things like this, when 33 starts talking and everybody was sharing, it gets kind of scary and surreal, because there are people out there that, they have these connections and they have these feelings and they know, and it's deep within them. And to outwardly talk about it is just utterly terrifying for them, because they are so unsure of what's going on, and they want to know more and they want to learn more and they want to understand it themselves, that just outwardly talking about it terrifies them. So I feel you, Mel. I hope you're okay.
And Mel, just know that you are not alone. I also come from that type of a lineage where, it's from my father, and I also have that. So when you call it like severe empathy, if you will, where you literally feel what someone else is feeling, and to a level that is not explainable. It seems almost supernatural. And so I understand. And I think, Kawi, you also have that as well. I mean, it's a testament right here as we're having headaches, as we're speaking to someone, right? So it makes perfect sense. And, again, my heart is with all of you. I honor all of you and love all of you.
Yeah, like just talking about it threw me to an anxiety that I feel like throwing up, and I'm shaking right now because and my father was far away from me, like he was in the Philippines and we're not very close. And just, feeling for a month what he felt, and hearing that he died with what I thought was happening to me. And as soon as I heard that he passed away, immediately my arms started feeling normal again. I wasn't thinking that I was dying from a heart attack. Like, it's fucking scary. And like, just thinking about it now, it was, I never ever want to feel it ever again. And it's hard because I know that I will. But it's just, I don't know what it is. I honestly don't know what it is, and I wish I was making this shit up, because I don't ever want to feel it. But I don't know, because it's scary when I start feeling things. I don't know what is happening to who. So and I love my grandma very very much, and I love my family very very much, and I would literally catch bullets and grenades for them, and it's very scary to feel it and not knowing who's gonna happen or what's gonna happen to who. But I know that something's gonna happen, and I just feel helpless because I want to help, but I don't know who's gonna have it. So yeah, I tend not to talk about it because I don't want to acknowledge that I have it, because it's scary. It honestly just shakes me. um, so yeah.
As the host of this space, I take complete responsibility for everyone's energy in here since I am responsible for creating it. So let's just take a moment to do some breathing. 33, do some breathing too. Basically, what we're going to do is I want you to put your hands over your heart, and we're going to inhale for 4 seconds, hold the breath for 8 seconds, and then exhale, and we're going to repeat that for a good minute. So go ahead and inhale, hold the breath, exhale, inhale for 4 seconds, hold your breath, exhale for 4 seconds, inhale, hold the breath, go ahead and exhale. We'll do one more, and then we'll pass the mic over to Tamara. Sorry. Exhale. Okay, how are y'all feeling? I hope you're feeling better. My little ancestor's barking, so I gotta go see what she's up to.
If I can just quickly just jump in, I have to go. It's 11 o'clock at night here. But I did want to say thank you so much for hosting this space. Thank you to everyone who shared. And thank you to everyone who listened to me and answered my questions. I really appreciate all of you. And yeah, I look forward to connecting with many of you in spaces and on Twitter, in the Twitterverse. So yeah, I just wanted to say thank you.
Can I ask you a quick question? Do you guys put like reminders before you, or do you get a time you go on weekly just so I can catch you guys?
This was the first space that Running Fox, Indigenous Women Fighters, and 400 Drums and I had collaborated on. We may have more episodes in the future, but right now I can only do a space probably in like 2 weeks or 3 weeks. So, but yeah, if you
Please
follow
send me a
this,
DM, and it was divine intervention that I found you. That's just a blessing, man. Thank you.
yeah, you're welcome.
Sandra, thanks for coming. It was great speaking with you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for coming, Sandra, and thank you for sharing all that you did. And I just wanted to let everybody know that Sandra and Sly, as well as Stray, they have a weekly space, and it's tomorrow. It's a paranormal space where they share either ghost stories, a paranormal topic, or folklore, and yeah.
Thank you so much, Courtney. Yeah, it's tomorrow, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard. It's every week, but it's mostly Slides and Stray Space. But tomorrow we're sharing scary stories that your parents told you growing up. So I know Sly for sure. I mean, we both would love to have all of you there, or anyone that would like to come and share. That would be awesome. So yeah, thank you so much, Courtney, for bringing that up.
Thank you for coming, and count me in tomorrow's space. My mom has scared me shitless multiple times.
I can't wait for this space. Thank you, Sandra, so much. And I will send you some stuff just because you're leaving before we do the cleanse. So,
Oh, yes, please. That would be great. I would appreciate that. Thank you. All right. Good night, everyone.
Night.
okay, let's reset the room. So, we're sharing stories. Does anyone have a scary story, or does anyone want to share their appreciation for all of our Indigenous people in this room right now? Go ahead.
I actually wanted to ask Tamara, because you're one of the people that it's very, very educated with, Indigenous protocols and stuff. And I'm not sure if you caught what I was saying earlier about feeling people's ailments, um, even though they're significantly far away. I don't know if you know anybody or you've felt that, because I know that you're a dreamer, and that was passed down to you, and I don't know if this was passed down by my great grandmother to me, and if there's a way that I can stop it, because I it might be a gift, I don't know, but I don't want it.
Says every single medicine person that has the gift. So sorry, sweetheart. I know it's hard. It takes more discipline and training and focus. Um, that medicine of women painting that I had done, that is all about that. And I'll tell you, I wanted to. I threw her when I was painting that picture into the fire pit 3 times. And the reason I did that is because what she was trying to teach me was that our old people, our ancestors, were very powerful people, and our women, we understood the full medicine of women. And we've talked before about when the colonizers came, we had to put away the medicine of women and hide it because it was too powerful, and we didn't want the colonizers to get hold of this medicine. And then, of course, I heard you speaking earlier, we lost a lot of that because we handed our bundles over to be protected, and the men couldn't carry those teachings. So the medicine of woman painting that I did, she was showing me how powerful women are, and within our emotional systems are your gifts. And I think understanding that your senses are not just the 5, but they communicate with each other. Something can only affect you if you are resonating with it. That's something difficult to learn. So somebody can be feeling in a negative mood or have something negative around them, and it's directly related to how much energy you're able to reserve within your own system to be able to have that spiritual immune system that's strong. And then B, understand that you can never heal the person outside of yourself. You can only feel that and heal it within you. All you have control of is what's within your own system. And when you practice and practice and discipline, you will find that you can sit with somebody in the worst pain or agony or scariness or possession of any type. And these are powerful. I'm not there yet. I'm working on it, but it takes years and years and years and years to do this. And I applaud you for learning, and we can have lots of more conversations on Zoom like we did before, and keep sharing. I definitely understand, especially having grown up with these gifts away from my people for many, many years. So yeah, I totally get that.
Yeah, please. I've never really shared it. I know Kau'i, the only person who knows about it, because like I said, I honestly don't want it, and it's a scary feeling. And I honestly don't even know how it all happened, but I've always had feelings that something's gonna go wrong, and I know what's happening to somebody before it happens to them. And I am hoping, I honestly, I'm hoping it doesn't keep going. I swear to God, it might, like I said, it might be a gift, but I take it all because I don't want it. I I I don't want to know how a person is gonna die, or what ailments they're gonna have before it happens, and I don't want it. So take it away.
Well, you can choose what to pay attention to. So that there's something there. There are many, many different uh, through frequency areas to focus on. So you have a gift. It doesn't mean right now your gift seems to be honing in on that. It's probably honing in on that because you fear it. And just so you know, like when if anybody's ever done a psychedelic trip or a DMT trip, every time that you open that part of your mind to those spaces, it feels like you're going crazy. Like it just feels like you can't take it. You criticize yourself. This couldn't be real. I can't take it. On one of my DMT trips, I remember ceremonies. I remember just thinking, well, what did you expect? It's God. It's very powerful stuff. It's very powerful stuff. If there's anything I can do to help you with the fear, there's a term that I like in the Wicca. It's called Wiccan, and I like this where they say there's no fear has no place in witchcraft or magic. Fear can't be there. Um, you have to get rid of the fear first, and then learn through higher frequencies and vibrations, and then you're going to find a new world for yourself to be able to start and enjoy your gifts.
Oh my God, thank you, Tamara. That made me feel much better because I never even thought about focusing on the good side of it or a better frequency. Like right now I'm shaking, and girl, I never shake um even when I'm cold. So
Yeah, you're having a
um,
bad trip right now.
yeah, that's probably it. And I
Yeah.
love that you
Hmm.
said crazy because Cody can testament to this. Whenever I feel those ailments, I swear I feel like I'm crazy. Like I would start crying uncontrollably because I'm like, what is happening? Why am I going through this? I don't want it. And am I going crazy? Like there was even a point where I was tripping out so bad that I went to the hospital, and that wasn't the weed one. I will never ever do that ever again, because that was a very bad experience. But there was one time where I was feeling, those ailments before my dad passed, that I was at school, and my heart started racing, and I was like, and then my chest started, getting tight, and I think that was anxiety. But I remember it was very vivid, and the morning I woke up and I was like, I'm gonna die from a heart attack, and I felt that during biology class. And they took me into an ambulance, and they had to do all these medical stuff to me, like an EKG, and because they thought that something was happening to me because my heartbeat was going rampant. um but no, it makes you feel crazy. It really does, because you'd be sitting there and all of a sudden you'd feel all this rush going through you, even though you're just chilling, like, you're just chilling, you're having a good time. But I don't know
with
what it
with
is.
with practice you can slow that down. It's about taking an intentional approach, and it really does feel like you're for me it used to feel like reality was just cracking apart right in front of me, and I would feel it like right in my whole face. I could taste metal. The fear was so deep, to see this, and that's because I've had it since childhood, and so it was quite traumatic at some point. you know it wasn't until I went home and got to sit with knowledgeable elders and medicine people and chiefs that I began to they began to normalize the experience, all that this is. And this, that the Western world calls what I have synesthesia neurodiversity, actually. Right? So they have names for these things, but also I think I can't remember which nation it is that this was from, but it was that a lot of mental illness is approached by many indigenous peoples, and ours included, as like the birthing of a shaman, the birthing of your uh, chakras opening, which is just simply your third eye, and your um, connecting with your heart, like just to have these chakras all connect together. um, I hope that
I
that's
wanted to
helpful.
I wanted to say something after Tamara, because and it makes sense. And Tamara and I share this title that they give you, like she said, in Western society, where they give you the neurodiversity, even autism and synesthesia, so on and so forth. But it's true. So what I did, Mel, now thinking about it, really was to run towards the fire in a sense. Maybe that's my neurodivergence, who knows? But I ran towards the fire. And what I mean by that is that knowing that I had the same, what people call gifts or abilities or whatever. I got into hospice of all things, right? So I'm working with individuals who are dying on a regular basis, so that would actually help me to better hone the skills of being able to take some frequencies and divert them or change them into something else to some degree, so that it wasn't impacting me so in depth. Because when I wasn't doing that, what was happening as a nurse, I was like taking in everything, and it was doing the same thing that it's doing to you now. I didn't want it. I don't want it. And I had it since childhood as well, where it was like I literally didn't understand, why am I able to feel this, or why am I hearing this, or why am I seeing this? And I was like fighting it. Even up until I was like 18 or 19 years old, I was constantly fighting it, and it was making me physically ill fighting it. So once I started to run towards the fire, right? For lack of better words, that's when I started to kind of embrace it and say, okay, well, if I'm going to have this, then I'm going to need to learn, because I didn't have anyone there that could teach me. And my dad didn't even, he just told me about his situations. My mom, my grandmother, and them, they kind of just told me stories, but they weren't really giving me sustenance, ways to deal with it. It was kind of like a crash course, right? So I then started to say to myself, well, how do I stop making myself feel so damn uncomfortable? All right, I need to be able to block some of these things from impacting me. What can I do to shield myself in that way? And once I started to learn how to do that, it's just like Tamara said, where you're diverting certain instances. And then I started to teach myself more in depth how to do it when I got into hospice, because now I know, although I can sense, smell, maybe even taste that death is there, it's not so impactful that I am feeling the experience of the dying person, because now I'm honing it in. I'm taking initiative to hone that skill, and that's what you need to do. And then it won't be uh, so scary, or you wouldn't have the fear.
I would love to add some seasoning to the pot, Mel.
Go
So
for it, baby.
the first, thank you. The first the first time I experienced something supernatural, I didn't want to see it. Um, and it wasn't until years later that I finally accepted it and went into that feeling of fear and craziness. And it's interesting because we have stories of like coyote medicine, where coyote had all the knowledge of the world, but it just made him crazy. So the first steps of walking into your spiritual path is obviously grounding. The next step is energy conservation. And then after that would be protection. And I feel like I'm still a little hesitant making another space like this because we do have a vulnerability with making it public and allowing people into the space that can stir up energies and chemicals even in the aura and in the body. And so, yeah, I'm really thankful for all of the medicine women in here that can share and help and assist, especially for you because you're what you're explaining here is bigger than the words that you put into it. And so I'm just really grateful for all of the women here that can support you and walk with you and not only teach you but learn from you too, because your medicine is your own, it's unique to you, and it's your superpower. And so I'm just really grateful that you feel comfortable enough to even bring this forward in such a big space, um, because I understand also that there was that point in my life where I felt like I didn't want to tell anyone, I didn't want to share it, I didn't want to, you know I didn't want to acknowledge it, and I was scared. And it took the discernment to really show me what a good life could be along with the medicine. So I just really hope that you make the right connections to live a good life with the path that you're given and the path that you're taking. And we're going to be closing this down soon. So, does anyone have any last things to say before we do our little cleansing?
Yeah,
I
I
just
just
wanted
wanted
to
to
thank
say,
you. I'm
oh,
so sorry. Go ahead, Mel. I just wanted to thank everybody. That's all.
yeah, no, I was just gonna do the same. Like, thank you, everyone. I mean, I was surprised I even said anything, honestly, because I, I, I don't know. I was surprised I even said anything. And when Tamara said the cracking of reality, like I was bawling because it's exactly what I fucking feel put into words. And I've never ever heard that somebody describe it. And I'm just so thankful.
and relieved that somebody said it, because it's I don't know. Anyways, just thank you for the space. Thank you, everyone. Thank you to everyone that has been here, and has been with us. And I'm really excited for this cleansing, and know that I will always be here for any Indigenous space we're gonna have next time. Maybe not as open anymore, but um I'm just so thankful for everybody that has been here. I mean, how long has it been, Metzel? Like a few hours, huh?
I'm so hungry. You're lucky long distance wife. I am so hungry.
Oh my god, yes.
IRL wife has to cook now.
I can take the wife role too. But anyways, does anyone have anything else to add before we start our cleansing? And also, if any of you have a traditional Indigenous cleansing to do, you're more than welcome to share that too, if that's something that you want to do. But I'm going to be doing an Archangel cleanse for us. Go ahead.
Can I before you do that, can I sing a song? It says, "I put my hands to the earth and I pray." It's a women's prayer song.
Yes, please.
Okay, I'm not going to use the drum though. It's just using my hands. Ajimu Ningamuanan Ajimu Ningamuanan 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 Ajimu Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tamara. I'm so glad that you were here. And honestly, to me, you're an elder. You can say whatever you want in these spaces. um, so we're gonna do Archangel blessing. So just face north or picture a compass in your mind's eye that is pointing north. And I want you to cross your right hand over your left shoulder, left hand over your right shoulder, and just close your eyes and pay attention to your breath. Raphael, Mikael, Gabriel. Uriel before us, at our back Raphael, to our right Mikael, to our left Gabriel, and above. We ask that the archangels, the ancestors, and the great creator, the good spirit, protect each and every one of us and cleanse our auras as we leave this place. Seal these stories, seal these experiences, seal these energies in this space, and may we all walk away completely renewed. We call in the west wind, the red wind, to cleanse each and every one of us. And we call in the water of the east, the gentle rain, to balance our emotions, to balance our solar plexus, and to allow us to be gentle with each other. We're so grateful for coming together today, and we're so grateful to share this space with our community. May each of us walk away in peace. Amateo. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We'll have to do this again, and definitely want to talk about more things. Perhaps someone else can host the space next time. But I love you all, and I hope you have a great evening.
I just want to say thank you for closing out with that. I've been having a growing headache, and taking that minute
I feel so much better, and it's like my headache has melted. So I just want to say thank you so much for doing that at the end. I feel a lot better now.
I think,
Same here.
yeah, I think we all got a headache from 33, so I'm glad
Thank
to
you.
clear that out.
Thank you so much for hosting this space. I had a lot of fun and I miss the Indigenous spaces. I think that everybody up here is really incredible and inspiring to me. And I just love you guys.
I don't know how I became a speaker. I don't think I requested, but I'm here. So, thank you guys for hosting this amazing space. I had a really good time, and I love you all. And I hope to see you at our paranormal space tomorrow because I love hearing your guys' stories and the folklore stuff growing up. I think would be perfect for some of you guys. So, thank you and love you all. How did I end up speaker?
I brought you up, Sly.
I didn't know
I
you
will.
can bring people up like that.
There was a request. I just brought you up, so I will be in that space tomorrow for sure.
Okay, awesome. Yay.
Mahalo nui, everyone. Aloha.
Kami na nga ayo nga gabi sinyo tanan.
Okay, I'm really closing it. Love y'all.